What up, chat? Get to the right. There it is. Boom. Had to get to the right microphone here. What's up, KB, Forbes, Dom, Kells, Vladimir in here quickly this morning. Let's go. Got open before the bell rings. Let's just see what happens. We have a gap above us. The gap is big enough it probably doesn't fill. And we took out yesterday's low, so I'm going to have to be super bearish today. The trajectory I wanted to happen was yesterday to continue to hold here and this to move up. Boy, they sold the news last night. That's why I titled it the way I titled it. Little sell of the news. All right, market is open. Hope everyone's doing good today. I am going to be a little patient here at the open. And we'll see what happens. What's up, David? Michael? Jahan sliding in here. Jahan, tomorrow I'm ready for some GeoGuessr. I'm going to have to be extremely bearish today. But yeah, let's see what we got here. All right. I'm looking for there's 430. This is a level, and then I have 400 and 354. What's up, BMAC? Maria, 7-2 offsuit. Is 7-2 off? Where have you been? 7-2 offsuit. Good to see you again, brother. I think we're going down today. Boy, you've been traveling? That's cool. What's up, Chase? KB, that's what I'm trying to lining it up here. That's kind of what I'm looking for. In the upward trajectory, we have way too many lines on here on my screen. Hide all this. All right. In this move down, in the upward trajectory, hitting the 618. I don't know. I see a giant head and shoulders right here is what I see. I think we're going down here. I gotta get short at some point. I just don't know where I'm gonna get short at. Why is IWM ripping and Meta is up? Oh. Yeah, let's look at the daily. That's a good point, T7. Oh, we're sitting on the 21. Yeah, you lose this, and I think you go, probably going back to 615, 613, I mean. 611. I think I think it's got to be a short right here. I think we're going to at least 350s. But I think we could go much lower than that. Short and a half. It's a short. But watch this 401. Yep, we're drilling. There's a fib at this 401 right here. And the next one's at 354. You could bounce right here, though. Let's go to like 270. That looks way better to me, actually. Gap Tesla down. All right, there's a quick little 50 points right here. There we go, easy money. 360, maybe take a trim. That was a level I had before. There we go. There's 360. There's that next fib. I really want to come down here. I gotta short the next pop though. Where's ES? That was an easy short trade. Just a little scalp. Ooh, ES is on the ledge here too. Good Lord, ES is ugly. It's going to 68, probably 6800, 6805. Oh, drill team 6. Yeah, I think I want to short the next pop if we can get it. I got a nice little scalp trade there down to I went really light, just scalped it down to this 350. I'd rather this bounce and like reject somewhere, give me some price action confirmation, and go down further. The gap size is big enough. We don't have to go fill it. We did touch previous day's low right at the open. We double checked that on Qs just to make sure edge full lines up with this. Yeah, previous day's low was touched at the open. That's fine. It's out of the way. SPY didn't really touch it, but QQQ did. That's okay. Oh, QQQ's in the overnight gap from the other night. So is NDX. Yeah, we're probably just gonna go fill this gap down today, aren't we? That's 192 points lower. The 260s, 270. That's where we're going. There you go. Nice short 7-2 offsuit. Beautiful short. This music's confusing me today. I really want this to bounce and then you reshort the pop. I don't even know how much of a pop you're going to get to short. We'll get one at some point. Is anything else just drilling today? Oh, Tesla's breaking 420. Yikes. Netflix is still strong. Strong in a down tape is good. Meta's been brutalized. Wow, Google went off a cliff. Nvidia is off a cliff. 185 is next on Nvidia. I still have that level. Oh, they're going to go directly to fill this gap, aren't they? And NDX is going 200 points lower. I hope this thing goes back to like 400 so I can reshort it. Boy, we're taking a direct trip to 270. This may actually go further. You should get a bounce. Here's the halfback is right here at 270. You should probably get a bounce here. There's an NQ gap to 220. Let's go. 1,100 bucks. Yeah, I'm having a nice day. From last night, I played some longs, and then this morning I cut that little scalp long. I wanted to short this thing, but it needs to bounce first, or just continue all the way, and then we get the overextended bounce. Beautiful trade, Myth. Keep drilling, keep drilling low. There's a lot of things that look like they could get ugly, by the way. Oh, that's huge, bro. Let's go. Myth about to get that payout. Win payout, Myth. Let's put some money in your pocket. You're long off that S1. 306. I do think this bounces back to that 350. I'm not willing to take this bounce play yet. What was I doing? Oh, I was going to draw this out. We are right at 6,800 SPX. Right here. This is 68. Yeah, 6,800 SPX is right here. If this gets lost, we definitely are going down another nice clip. You guys distracted me. Yep. Look right there. Oh, I got you, Myth. You made a little bit too much. Hey, no problem. What prop firm are you using, Myth? 30% consistency roll. I think Tradify is 35 on the ones that I use. Yeah. Hey, you're good. You just make more and you build up that balance. Yeah, 7.2, I'm with you. I'm looking at that 350 to 360 area to re-short here. Apex. There you go. Apex. Myth over on the Apex. Guys, if you use Apex, we have code WolfX over there. If you use Apex, get you the best discount possible. Can't decide if I want to reshort it at 360, 350, 360, or if it goes back to 400. It's probably going to be the first option. There's Frankie.
Hey, stop it, Frankie. I covered my shorts. I'm just watching that.
I scalped it. I scalped it under 430 to the 360 area. I really want to short the pop here, but I can't decide if I want to short it at 360 or wait for the 400 and wait for the EMAs to catch up. So I'm kind of just
right
in between two thoughts.
I don't know about that anymore.
And you kind of got an M thing going on the daily there.
Let's go, Maria. Let's get you passed over there.
I mean, the weekly is just kind of stalling out up here.
There's nothing better than beating the prop firms, taking their money.
2 minute thing. Break above 355 on MQ and be out.
That IWM was a really strong bounce off the low.
350.
Yep. Trailing stop hit there, 100-point gain MNQ.
Oh, I really want to reshort, but I think I'm going to wait. What in the world is Rizzo seeing?
What is Russo saying?
He wants to long back over this 360. That's why I'm hesitating here.
Yeah, I'm not. This is kind of like.
I think it could go to 400 first. But look, Frank, this gap on IndieX.
Yeah, wants to fill.
Yeah, it's gonna go fill. That's what I'm.
Walmart looks good here.
Let me make sure I measured this correctly. From that low, the gap fills on IndieX at 125 points lower on NQ.
NQ probably pushes back up to the 10-minute EMAs after breaking previous day low pivot.
Yeah, we're going to like 160s.
On NDX, it's like 25,068. Right?
Yeah, I have it at 63. Yeah.
Right. It's right where the NFP level is, that make-believe NFP November.
Paper was telling me yesterday about an ADP level or something.
He was telling you what?
He said something about ADP yesterday.
Well, we're not going to get.
So we got that data instead. Yep, right here. All right, I'm gonna have to look to short this here. We did bounce off a 6800 SPX though, so I got to keep that in mind too.
At the 390 on NQ, drop. Something to watch.
Yeah, Craig, I agree with you. That's what I was watching.
On VIX, that sends a purple, which is
See if we get one more push into 400, and I'll try a short.
Lily
is weak.
I have to do it here. I'll wait for the next candle.
still going new highs today.
Oh, I know it's it. Things get wild.
That's gonna end up being the 9 rejection, and they close the candles under.
I got a long starter 358s there, but starter position on the pyramid business all the way to 8:50 a.m. open in that hill. Don't know that we're really in the clear yet, but
I'm gonna take the MNQ long bill breaker scalp as well. 3-minute risk. CB.
I'm gonna short it if it pops up here to 400. Actually, I think I'm gonna go ahead and take a starter into the 80s.
Damn, I'm scared. I'm short of.
Come on, pop up one more time.
no, it's okay. Play your plan. I might not be in the clear yet, but I am. I mean, I came into
Go,
this one.
go, go, go. Come on, go hit 400.
This may work out for you guys. What's up?
I'll take a starter. I'll go ahead now. Starter.
Yeah, I really need to see us clear like 451 this time roll. Phil. That's how we're really going here. But I want that entry.
Yeah, Eli Lilly is insane. What a move.
40 points right there just off that entry, but I'm not.
You know what else had a nice move this week? SoFi.
Yeah,
Broke out 52-week high yesterday. Very nice.
doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
The field. Order field.
You sold half.
Domain.
Yeah, I think
30,
the shorts
60
are
points
a
on
little
the
higher.
position.
All right.
Three
I
more.
got
Take a little ad here.
Maybe 460s area.
The field.
Guarantee. Here at half, we should have a stop loss as well to protect ourselves.
Yeah. The field.
Took an ad. 395 is my average.
I think we will still not clear. So I'm looking for a decent. The field.
Okay.
I'm $200 away from getting funded on my first ever prop firm
Oh, let's go.
experience here. Yeah, I've never fucked with them, and I was like, you know what, let's do this. And I think I'm funded today.
All right, now we see what happens.
It's been fun. It's been fun. I gotta say, it's nice not to worry about data. So
I moved my stops up. The field. I'm not break even stop yet, but stops are really good. I was just under this last recent low. The field. On the one here. Not really seeing the price action I want to see off the midpoint of this daily.
Big shorts on, but I covered some on that dip.
Checking out.
I had orders in all the way up to 25,
much in the
35.
89.20, which is about the midpoint of the sell.
It needs to reject here, or it's a different
Right.
setup. But I think it is. We probably at least on SPX, you probably at least back test trade the 6800.
Like a fix in there.
So I'm gonna trim at 360s.
Still respecting the spot, so I'm not.
Give me a big upper wick here.
Anyway, I'm looking to still add.
Come on, come in. Come in, come in.
And stops from inside, so any loss. Field.
Drop it.
IWM looks rough. But I don't want them to start buying back tech.
We're rejecting that 5-minute 9 so far still.
Yeah, Bear's still doing a good job there. Holding that. Might be a little early.
No, I think it's gonna
Top
go.
field.
All right. I'm short, only short a little bit now.
Place to add, which I'm not going to be able to play over like 490, 500, something like that for there. Unless I did a different opportunity lower.
Something weird happened about the sizing, so I just planned.
Bill broken again. Another opportunity.
I don't want it to go over that pre-market kind of low area. Where's NDX?
In the same range as yesterday afternoon.
NDX could pop a little bit higher for the back test short.
For the listeners, I read degree in one account, so I'm locking out. You know. Nice. I know.
Love it, bro. That's good discipline.
$80, baby.
There we go. Come on. Give me a big upper wick here.
People would I mean, do just about anything to just be $80 green today. You know what I mean?
Field.
I think about that often.
All right.
Yeah,
Covered some.
Done more, done better.
Come on, give me 360 so I can get a trim here.
absolutely.
Right, break
I don't
even
like all
stop in
these
there,
top
and then
wicks.
you
Yeah. Same thing. I'm on ES, but I don't like the 4 top wicks in a row on that. So
$80 is 4 hours working at 17 and a half an hour. And
Facts.
10 o'clock in the morning. I'm short 616 puts on the top wicks, yes. Big thing right there.
Yeah,
So
we're
they
still
rejected the
respecting.
9 EMA.
There we go. Come on. Bill me.
To take out these recent lows, I'm going to get stopped on my starter position, which is fine.
360. Come on. What are we doing? It's bouncing right off my trim.
it'd be a push through on that one.
There we go. All right. 30-point gain. Oh no, how many points? 35.
Don't rub at all. Keeps getting pushed down. Same place.
Let's get down to back to 310, 270.
I'm putting my fill. I'm turning that off. I can't spot it.
When I was driving to Wisconsin Friday, I was watching you guys play that game where you're choosing where you were. I was obsessed. So fun. Like, I was obsessed. It was so fun and very entertaining. Very entertaining, I gotta say. Stuck in a car, husband driving. I was like loving it.
Who was playing?
I think Evan and them.
Yeah.
Oh, always. Yeah, those on Friday. The thing neither of them know is I've been playing the game daily for over a year.
Are you gonna go in there and whoop them?
Let's not tell them anything though.
Deal.
On 310. Come on, 310. Through the 50s here. Oh, NVIDIA looks like a H.
Roll it on IWM. Projection right at that 242. That would have been a nice push.
Google and NVIDIA both look rough. Tesla's just absolutely drilling. So is Palantir. I think Burry covered most of his short. There was only 26,000 open interest, and he had like 50-something thousand contracts. He's already covered a bunch of it. I wonder what Burry is doing. Burry should go start a treasury company and then short his own company.
There we go.
Come on, 310.
Okay. Up to $70 a contract here on those PPs.
All right, covered two more.
IWM is dripping hard.
Come on, 310.
Equivalent to like 23%.
That'd be 85 points from average. I think NQ is down to 160 today. 160, 140, 137 is the golden retrace. 160 is the gap fill on NDX.
Yeah, I'm gonna get stopped in the rest of the probably for sure if we get over that 365 probably is what it does.
Might be able to get a resweep of these lows again.
That's what I'm looking at. This
Yeah.
second to sweep of the low. Then I might like a long. We're kind of in no man's land right here.
Yeah, I'm still full, a little full, but I'm not done. Big I am a jam up there.
I'm always a fool.
But yeah, we can trade below for one.
Yep, there we go. Got stopped in the meeting in profit. Good trade. Good trade.
Come on, sellers. SPX at 6,800. Dadgummit. That's the only thing I think can hold us here.
Yeah, it needs a little time. Tesla down 18, 4%.
took Tesla calls, he risked 410.
Trailing stop loss hit remainder gold and profit there, 11 points.
And will they come down to 325? I do not like what SPX and ES are doing on this short. It's going to pop up here and stop me out.
AMD still pushing another new hunt.
Yep, I got stopped out. I'll look to re-enter.
Can we check the 21 on the 5-minute there? First time I'm winning. 35.
Should I re-enter right here?
It's happening 15 minutes for value.
Here's that 10-minute EMA interaction we were looking for.
I'm short.
CVC bullish. Maybe it pops back up to previous day low 428.
Short a little. Short 8.
All right, yeah, I'll reshort it here.
Trim Tesla.
It's going to do some work here. I think we're going to have to be patient.
I'm worried that that's what SPX is going to hold
Right.
and push back to like yesterday's lows. This is not looking like a short anymore for now until it breaks structure again. Maybe a wait.
The last little high here, I might take a long. I can't chase it here. I missed my entry.
Short gold, 3-minute EMA risk.
Come on, drop it.
It drops like a rock here, I'll add. This holds 400, then I'm just going to go break even and wait.
40 points. 20.
Yeah. Tesla just rallied fucking $4. What else? AMD.
Microsoft's rallying. And the video looks just like NQ. Meta just made a new high.
stopped on some. I'm only short 2. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I may have to rethink this. We'll see what ES does here. I think the S&P is what's going to hold us here. It may have to like put in some work to turn back around.
I'm flat. The last one was just break even.
Yeah, I'm going to stop out here.
Get her back going. Yeah. After years.
Stop to my original starter. To get back in this 416.
Here they go. I think VWAP's next. 495.
Where's your VWAP at?
495 NQ.
You heard.
Hold on.
AMD is flying.
Oh, yeah.
What a ripper.
Never mind, I'm getting back in. I just NDX is where I want it to be. I just saw the NDX level.
Let's see an NDX. You'll find some zeros.
We're about to get back over this daily fair value, so we're about to reclaim previous day lows. First target is going to be that 8:30 open, 570-250. What I really want is midnight, but that's quite a move. I don't know if we're going to get.
NDX is going to get over.
AMD's
So,
Oh, yeah.
AMD is running. I might be early here
the meta 616 long trigger just hit.
or wrong. Probably going to hit yesterday's low.
Scalping MNQ long.
Tesla reached Powerball 2 due to fire and burn hazards.
I really don't want to risk 50 points.
Previous day low 88.75 here on NQ. Breaks out scale. Here we go. 20-point gain. Sold half.
I'm short.
I'm adding.
Doing a quick search, it does look like the Powerball 2 recalled will kind of expected, and it's not their newest model. So.
I'm gonna drop it like 50 points here. My average ended up being at 65. Previous day low and VWAP both rejected right there. Please get me back to like 435.
Oh. Come on, come in.
There it goes. Come on, there. Oh,
I covered some.
oh, it wicked off my trim. All right, I'm trimming. All right, I'm just gonna take it here. Give me back to 406. Come on, chop it back down.
Minute EMA holding here for short so far. Might get stopped at 4.5.
Come on. Come on, big flush here.
No entry yet.
NDX rejected perfectly. I should have been watching that closer. That's good hold though. Pre-market lows. Come on, there we go. There we go. Come on. Come here. Come here. 406. I don't know why it ran at 406, but that's where my order's at. There it is. 406 filled.
Solid trading day from me. Green, after being red, locked out all account screen. Gonna get some food and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Have a good day.
All right. I'm out like 2/3 there. Back under 400, this thing just gets cooked. Well, 390.
Oh, God. I had orders in gold at 08 to short. I'm like, I'm sure all of a sudden my P&L's moving. I'm thinking I'm flat. Oh, God. I covered those. Short 2. I'm not short anything.
Apple's following Nvidia's bear flag. Tesla's about to make a new low. Palantir's about to make a new low.
10-minute EMA rejection on NQ. I'll look to see if this 10-minute candle by candle method flips short in the next 7 minutes. If it does, I'll look to short a green candle or when prices within the EMAs.
I'm not even going to trim at 350. I'm not trimming until 310.
I need to see a push under 197.8.
MRK call swings up 40% here. It's a good trend.
All right.
Sorry, Chad. I'm watching you guys over there. I just I was locked in on that trade. That was probably my day right there on that one, Frank. I had longs last night. I went really heavy on that one. I'm still in it. I'm just saying, like,
Oh, with the projector.
This trade's probably my day right here.
Yeah. I am gonna wait for something. We're in the middle now, so I think we're gonna.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, we got this for the kids. But like,
I don't like this. Like, it hit 6,800 bounce and then higher load off of it on SPX. IndieX rejected exactly where I wanted it to.
according to the IRS,
It just back tested the last 3 days.
I'm gonna wait.
The last 3 days of lows. Yeah, I don't like that the IB is going to be bullish. And look, we're holding right on the 400 right now. It needs to get under this on NQ. Right under. They're trying to hold it. The NQ IB is going to be bearish. The ES is going to be bullish. But oh, they're buying the crap out of this. Trying to hold it. Flush it. Flush it. Flush the level. There we go. Flush it. There it goes. There it goes. Crush it. Where are those sellers at from yesterday? This is your day. Yeah, it's tough right here for a new short SPX. I agree. Yeah, SPX has got to get under 6,800, and then you start cooking. If it makes a new low day, it's going to start really cooking. It's going to go 30 points lower, probably 25 points lower pretty quickly. But IndieX has got the setup here. Look, you see the gap over here? So here's the gap, and I've got this box run on the gap. Notice how we bounce off previous all-time high. We bounce off a fib. We came back, rejected previous session low, which is like the last 3 days basically worth of lows. We also rejected the edge of that gap, and we push right back down. I think we're going down here. But SPX is the only problem here. Nothing's ever straightforward, of course. But this, if I just look at NASDAQ, the play is pretty straightforward. And NVIDIA looks like it's going to roll over. Google doesn't look good. Tesla just hit 408. Palantir still drilling 175. Just broke it's 176. Needs something else. Something else is going to roll with the market here. I don't know if it's Amazon. Microsoft needs to come in. What's Apple doing? Apple just went red. Oh, beautiful, Kels. Yeah, it's kind of no man's land here. I was early on I got this short nicely. I was early on this one, and then I looked over at IndieX and I liked it much better. I'm looking for this A-frame crater though, quickly. I mean, I should trim it like 354 again, but I think it's going much lower. It's either going much lower or it's going to hold in higher low. That's my two predictions. Yeah, Mario, the SPX is the only thing trying to ruin everything here. But the nice thing is, though, if that does break, it's going to, it will fall apart. But I got in where I wanted to. Took a little tag on the way up, but I want 270. There we go. Pull out the live support here. Let's go to 270. All is right in the world. Rizzo's long, and I'm trying to short. Well, you're always short, Minx. Frankie, you still sitting anything here, or are you waiting?
I covered all my shorts. We got a gap above now and below, and I'm going to wait for the gap fill. Or we'll see if we can get a higher low here. I mean,
look, on the daily, we're back into the gap here.
Yeah.
Here. We're under all the EMAs.
Right.
So the 21.9. We should go down and at least fill the gap now.
Yeah, 25, 220, 25, 225 down there.
So you go to NQ. 270 and then 137 or gap fill at 160. What did this? 164. But you get that first hour of data. NQ is bearish. We should take the low. ES says it should take the high more often than not, but I have bearish confluence and bearish price action.
All right. Short at 62.
Come on, one new low of day. 270 new low of day. Come on. Beautiful. Come on. I'm up 150. I should probably trim somewhere in here. Maybe on the pivot point 306. Yeah. No, this thing is mega cooked, and they just sucked in a ton of people right there. Somebody just filled 119. I'm hoping that was a stop out. SPX is under 6,800. Let's go. Chad, how we doing? Sorry, me and Frankie, when we get rolling in these trades. NVIDIA's got a big ol' H pattern. The whole market's got a big ol' H pattern, really. IWM new low, it's leading us.
I love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah.
Come on.
The key is to not get too overzealous on when it's going to happen.
Right.
You got to, you put the plan together and then you got to find the confluence.
Timing. Yeah. It's all about timing.
On SPX, break it and go.
You mother trucker.
Bro, I got spoke on his knee, man, on their earnings. So, it just wasn't. It happened like that.
We got 7-2 offsuit short. David with the W in the chat. Low's about to break. Let's go. Rug it. Is this an overreaction? Colin, so you look left. We ran up off the lows,
Yeah,
like
68.
very sharply, consolidated, and we need to come back and fill that back in.
Encouraged to buy high beta.
All right, covered some.
Crush it, crush it, crush it.
Crush this thing.
6,800.
Hell yeah.
Frank. Yes, Frank.
I have 610. That's my target.
I was short from last night. I covered on that first candle low, and I'm shorted 400 now in NQ. Covering on the scale in.
270. I've got my order just sitting here. New lows on, yes.
Let's get new lows here. Come on.
It's going to my 160 target. We're going to fill the gap on NDX.
Hell yeah.
Fill that gap in NDX, baby. Come on now.
There's a gap on NDX.
Yep.
Just a few points below or something.
Damn, Tesla down to freaking 407.
609.
25060 25060 on NDX. NQ, it's going to take you to like 160. There's a gap on NQ at 165, so same area.
I like some SPX puts here. Just waiting for it to come back up a little bit.
Which ones?
I'm looking for, I don't know, I just put up the chain right now. 4770s. Or 6770, sorry. I want to see this. That's where the Monday expected move was at 6770. I think we can touch it.
What does QQQ look like? Previous all-time high, trying to bounce there again. QQQ gap fill is 612 and change for the overnight session. 60977 is the full gap. So yeah, if you're looking at QQQ 610. Come on, start extending. Just take out all those buyers from this morning. What we do have is this IB by rejection on NQ. We should take out this low. %70 chance we take out the low. And then if you go to like the normal IB stats, you have a 97, almost a 98% chance of breaking one side or the other. Here's your back test on SPX. I have SPX going to 775, I think. Yeah, 775 SPX. Let me draw fibs this direction. Yeah, 778, 775 SPX. That starts testing the gap too, and then it could get really ugly below that. We are down almost 1%, so let's keep that in mind too. 1.2 on NASDAQ. If you get too extended either way, I get less interested. Where is Tesla? Tesla's... yeah, Tesla looks terrible. Tesla's got a gap to the 395. Here we go. Come on, NQ. My limits are sitting at 270. Come on. Flush. 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 Just give me this big dive candle right here. This is previous all-time high on NDX. Stop bouncing. Give me that big Clifford candle. Hey, in my mind, it's not if, it's when. I'm scared. Somebody hold me. Oh, drop it like it's hot. Come on, just 20 more points. That takes us to halfback of the move up. Biddy. Give me that biddy. 195 points. Yeah. Come on, New Love Day. Yes. Come on, NQ. Oh, fill me. Boom! What a field. 195. It's gonna be a good day, Tater. Gonna be a good day, Tater. When the pig try to get at you, drop it like it's hot. Oh, baby. Take me down another 100 points. Frankie.
Still short.
This is why I tell people I can take 2-3 shots at stuff because I'm going for 200 plus point moves. Let's go, Forbes. Like NDX is fully in the gap. It's going down, down, in an earlier round. Okay, we put this plan together beautifully, Frankie. She love when the edgeful data plays out. Everything in the world Opening candle, everything in the world's bearish. I'm about to catch 300 points. ES is about to hit 6,800. Let's see if that gives any relief here. SPX is about to hit the next level. There is nothing bullish about this. It's not. There's not really news. So Peter, like, it's not really news or catalyst here. I mean, if anything, it's sell the news, right? They ran up starting Friday afternoon. They ran up into the government shutdown. It got a pump right when the vote was going through. Now everyone's selling the news. You left a huge gap down here on this pump up. You need to go back down and people lock in profit. I don't know that there's a big scare or anything. Gold's still trying to hold in a little bit. But yeah, all your big name, I mean, Nvidia is cratering. Yeah, Nvidia's going down another at least $1.50. Come on. All right, ES just hit to the tick 6,800, so just keep a watch on that. Colin, if we fill the gap, maybe we play longs down there. We're almost there. Please don't short the hole here, anybody. It could bounce back to IV low. Could bounce back and let the EMAs catch up. That doesn't mean you have to cover or get out, but just know, like, don't short the hole.
I'm flat.
I'm holding the rest of this
more room, but I'm
165. Yeah, I'll be flat there. It may keep going below that because so NDX is going to fill this gap before SPX gets even close to it. But SPX, you're about to hit the halfback retrace. SPX probably going to 750. Could it go fill the full gap 730? I mean, that's a big fall. My favorite part will be somebody will like put in the headlines that market falls on fears of this or that, but there's really nothing other than technical going on here. Spent 3 days consolidating in a range and we broke the range with a big hot air balloon underneath us. Let the air out. Well, it was either way, we're having a good day. Literally, no matter what happens the rest of the day. There's a little bit of a volume shuff here on NDX. There's my beer. Remember when I put my beer on this morning? I don't know if you guys saw me draw that when we were up here. Dunk it in the beer. There we go. Come on, 50 more points. That's 250 points for my entry. Please manage your own trade. I mean, the problem, Forbes, is if we go under this level on SPX, there's nothing to catch it here for another 25 points. You're entering, like, you're on the edge of the gap right here. There's nothing really in here to catch it. I love not trading at all-time highs when we have gaps like this. This is absolutely amazing. There we go. 60 more points. 40 more points, I mean. Fill the gap. I don't care about the bill. We are very, very extended, by the way. It needs a big... If you get a big flush, you could probably play a bounce, honestly. Guarantee Rizzo went straight back to bed. What's that? Oh, what's up? What's up, Eva? BB, appreciate you. How we doing, Chad? Is everybody green? Are we doing okay? I know some of you played some longs on the bounce. I mean, that was not a bad play at all, especially the 6,800. I've taken those trades many times. My bigger picture was much lower today, so that's what I'm in. But hope everyone's green one direction or the other based on the analysis and the chart price action. We need to get some of you guys some payouts. That's what that's the goal of this channel. Some of you guys are already crushing it, but let's go. Lock myself out of all my funded accounts. Had to open more. What a freaking day, Corey. Let's go. Hope you use code WOLF if you did. But either way, let's freaking go, brother. Corey Jenkins. Let's go. What's up, Eva? You never got in? Hey, that's okay. Hey, look, somebody tried to get long probably here and got ran over. So not getting in is not getting in can be better than getting ran over. I've been on both sides of that train before. Like I was saying, we are overextended. Well, I'm getting some practice reps in there, Despina. I like it. Your other setup here would be either back test of like orb and IB low. Let me see what where's NQ. Yeah, you have a statistic says you get back to 333 at some point today. $281. So like right now, you're just now getting your EMAs to catch up, right? So like here's your EMA 9, just now catching up, just now catching up. I think your 30-minute orb and your IB low should be the same today. Oh yeah, Frankie, the dollar fell off a cliff today. Bonds are down as well. There's NVIDIA getting an upper wick. Yeah, right at the 9. Meta's still holding. What are let's look at the big names here real fast. Tesla rejecting IB low right there. NVIDIA rejecting IB low. That's also the 9 I see on my 5-minute chart over here. Netflix hasn't taken the low out yet, but it's one of the stronger ones. Microsoft, which was already brutalized, is a little bit stronger. Microsoft's actually a little bit bullish today. Broadcom getting brutalized. Banks are all red. Cisco had those earnings yesterday. That's why they're still up. Boy, where did Oracle finish this move yet? Ooh, not quite, but it's about to get to some moving averages. Ooh. Hood not looking great. Where's Palantir? Oh boy. Boy, Palantir goes much lower. It's really in trouble. All right, there's a nice rejection. So you hit the fib I was talking about. You basically got back to orb low, IB low. You rejected over here. The 9 EMA basically caught up. So now we look to see if we go fill. Look, the main thing we want to fill is this gap right here. So it's this green line right here. Green, yellow line. Frank.
Oh, short again.
So they're not gonna post some of the data, but there is data coming back. But I wonder if that adds not releasing some of the economic data. I wonder if that's gonna add to some of the uncertainty because people can't model out how the economy's doing. Because like my first thought was all the data gets dumped that we haven't had, and the market kind of freaks out trying to digest it. But if they don't get it at all, and you have a hole in the data, that just creates more uncertainty for analysts trying to model stuff out. Come on, give me my 300-point trade here. Yeah, Colin, all of your super frothy like cult stocks and stuff that went up a lot, they're gonna get absolutely destroyed because that's what people are gonna sell those. They have more room to sell those, right? Plus, they went up more, they can come down more. They have more. There's more hot air in there. Come on, let's make this last leg down here. Give it to me, last leg down. It doesn't mean it has to stop going down. It doesn't mean I'm going to get long. That's my full target is on the gap fill. It's my trade setup. There we go, break 200. Come on, 40 more points. 30 more points. We call this out like a football announcer. He's at the 30. He's looking for a block. Cut back to the inside. No. He's back at the 40. He's dancing around. Fill the gap. Fill the gap. Come on, NVIDIA, 50 cents lower. Oh, my Amazon package is coming today. All right. There we go. Nice rejection on yes. Now push it back down. Got a previous gap fill on NDX right here, 96. Oh, bonsoir, monsieur. Just got off work. What's the news causing Nasdaq to fall? There's no real news here. It's more of like sell the news. That's my take on it. Sell the news. So you had a run up on the anticipation of the government reopening. Once it reopened, everybody said, okay, sell the news, take profit. But you ran up a ton. Like that's kind of what I was explaining a little bit earlier. Monsieur, you ran up so much and tried to consolidate, couldn't really get higher. So technically, you break this level, you're going to come back down and fill in the gaps that you left. Meta and coin new lows. Boy, this is a great line right here. Down 70% on HIMS, but small size. Yeah, pullback that's been long overdue. I agree. Like, it is way too early to talk about the Santa rally. The Santa rally talk about like the week before Christmas. There's usually a dip beginning of November, and there's usually another dip the beginning of December. The real Santa rally is like the 27th through the 30th into the end of the year. Edgeful has a report on that I can show. Come on, fill this gap. Don't stop here. They're trying so hard to hold it here. Colin, is that your sign? That was your indicator? Well, Jackson, okay, what happened to bullish November? The whole seasonality this year has been off. We had a massive correction over tariff fears March into April. That resets a lot of seasonality. There's certain things that mechanically happen no matter what. And there's some pieces of the market. Like an example would be like the buy Rosh or sell Rosh Hashanah, buy Yom Kippur, the tax loss harvesting type of stuff. A lot of corporate tax years in September. I mean, there's things that are happening. You have the summer, like into summer, people coming back to the desk stuff, but it's a it's a weird year for seasonality, right? Because you had the big tariff shock to the market that took us down. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. So there are some mechanical things that happen into the year. You have people selling some things, buying other things. You have people making contributions to their Roth. I mean, there's like some mechanical things that can happen in the end of the year, right? Yeah, that's what we're playing, BB. We're playing. I'm looking at NASDAQ, NDX. I have it marked right here, gap fill. Not that much lower than we just were. There's the EMA 9 rejection. Look at that. Perfect EMA 9 rejection. Now maybe we can get the move down, get the 300-point trade. Oh, give me that 300-point short. 300. Almost there. Almost there. Where's my beer? There it is. Come on, take me straight to the promised land. Get out of the way, Brits. Yeah, King's Face. That's the thing that makes me nervous too, about like trying to buy it. Like I'm gonna close my short, but I don't know that I want to buy it. So like you look at SPX sitting right on the edge of this gap right here. Yeah. You kind of have a double bottom right on the edge of that gap, but I think that's going to get shot through. That's what's going to keep me from buying this gap fill in NDX. You ready for this, chat? We get this flusher. We're going to go crazy in the chat for 300 points. Here it is. Here it is. Come on. Oh, he's at the 20, the 15, the 10. Come on. Give these bulls a stiff arm. Get in the end zone. Come on, finish the move. Oh, Microsoft just finally broke structure. No way they're going to sweep that low and hold it. Oh, SPX just did it. No. I want my 300 points. Here we go. Come on. Come on, drop it. This guy's acting like he's up 2 scores at the end of the game and wants to just take a knee on the 5-yard line. What are we doing? Tesla and Apple. Oh, Tesla's developing support for Apple CarPlay. That's crazy that Tesla didn't even have that. I didn't know that. Tesla can drive itself, but it didn't have CarPlay in it. Come on, just roll off the table. Just dive into this damn end zone. What are we doing? Oh, King's Face, if I put that I put the wine glass on here, we're definitely not gonna get down there. Every time I put the Rizzo wine glass on, it marks a low of day. Don't worry, the beer's been sitting here all morning. We just need one more little push. Wow, we hit the 0.5 extension. Oh. Actually kind of crazy. This thing's bouncing back and forth 140 points. What is VIX at? 19, 20? 19? These jerks are going to try to hold it here. Jordy's probably looking at a ZS SPX wicking that low as a liquidity sweep. Look at these jerks. But really, the EMAs are still just now catching up. What do we got going on over here? Oh, a little sandwich action. Oh, are we ready, chat? I'm looking at a report. I want to try to see the key. Yeah. So the gap fill reports on Edgeful, those are only going to look at the overnight gap. So today we gapped down based on the size of that gap. It was unlikely to go fill that gap, right? We can go through some of that stuff here in a minute because I want to get this ready to get to the end zone here. Here we go. Come on. One more flush. One more flush. One more flush. One more flush. I'm going to fall asleep just waiting on this damn thing. They are just edging me right here. But yeah, sorry, on that gap fill. So what this is looking at is the previous day's gap. So the gap fill right here, 0.58%. So here on NQ, I'll go to by size. And it's going to tell me 0.58%. I'm going to go down here to that category once it loads. So you gap down, look at this, gap down at least. So you see the gap's 0.58, so it falls in this category, 0.4 to 0.69. 73% chance that you're not going to fill that gap. So what does that mean? That means we opened right here. Wrong button. Right here is where we opened. You see the gap is highlighted with my indicator in red right up here. So filling this gap right here is less than what, 24% odds? I gotta take some of these boxes off my chart. It's just too much. Look at them still holding this stupid thing. This is where they can suck you into a bad trade. Where it looks like it's going to hold a bunch of times. I mean, it could go back up. You could scalp it if you're a scalper, but I feel like this is a very dangerous spot to try to get in any type of significant long. Broadcom made a new low day. Let's see what else is. You got a few things bouncing. Amazon's bouncing. Walmart drilling. Meta, new low day. Apple's back to VWAP. But yeah, Broadcom's drilling. Tesla's sideways. A lot of these names are sideways, popping back up. Palantir, Nvidia. Google's right at 280. It's above VWAP, actually. Amazon's getting a decent bounce here. Where's Amazon on the daily? Yeah, Amazon's basically at that previous high again. That makes sense for it to bounce there. I don't know. I got a sandwich over here that I am really excited about. EMA 9 fighting again. No, the gap is not filled. So look on NQ. I mean, the overnight gap, I guess, technically filled right there. Now you're rejecting it. What's that, 226 on NQ? But we have to get down to like 160 to actually fill that gap. And here's NDX. Let me delete. Let me just clean up this chart a little bit here. Get rid of that one. And let me just move this gap to right there. So, boom, right there. Gotta fill this box. And we're pretty close. The problem that we have over here here's SPX. So SPX could pop back up here to like 85 and reject and then continue its trajectory, or it could fell right here at 78. I don't know. You had so many red candles in a row, it makes sense for this to consolidate or get a green candle. But I'm still going to hold because that's my trade thesis, right? Oh, what happened, King Faces? Gave back my month of gains yesterday. Dude, getting back to flat, I call it a win, yes. Oversized and trade yesterday's chop, yes. Every day's a lesson, that's right. That's honestly, that's probably the best thing you said right there. Every day you can learn something. I mean, Frank's just chilling over here. He's probably getting some other stuff done as we chop down here, but Frank's been doing this for a long time. He's still learned something new, right? Or refine something, you know, the market will remind you of something you've learned before. It'll remind you of a lesson, right? So that's probably the biggest thing. I mean, if you trying to make back all of your money that you lost is also a losing battle. You will not properly trade, properly size all that stuff if you're trying to make, like, you're trading your P&L and trying to make back money versus trying to win the trade that you're currently in. So those are the two things I would say there. But great job battling back. And you know, figure out what you need to look back and see, like, what happened, right? Like when I look at the daily chart here, let me just hide all this. When I look at the daily chart here and I see this big of a move, my inclination is that the next couple days are going to be choppy because look, we did this, right? So I'm thinking, okay, probably going to chop around and consolidate. NDX, look at this, and then this move, and then like consolidate. Just like here, huge move down. Next day we chopped, and then we got the continuation. This one, huge move down, consolidate, start to get the move, and then once it broke out, it really went, but it consolidated for a while first. So typically when you get a big move, the market will like rest afterwards. Here's another example. Big move down, started bouncing back up, and then it kind of just chopped, and then it continued its trajectory, right? Huge move up here, and then look, consolidation. Consolidation. Ooh, first time you're trying to get back over the 9. Are they going to put the low end there? Or do they come back up here and do this? That's probably the most likely thing. I would love for this candle to just finish green, but there's still too much time left on it. Good rejection on, look at that, where I drew that box a while ago. Good rejection there. What indicators to watch those gaps? I just draw them. So it's pretty easy, especially on SPX and NDX. So I have a gap fill indicator from Edgeful. Shout out to Edgeful. That like marks these gaps, and then like when a gap fills, the bar goes yellow and the candle highlights orange when it fills. So like you can see, like on this day, we opened up down here, we had a gap all the way up to here, and you can see as the gap filled, boom, there was a gap filled, this went yellow. This right here, we gapped up huge here, we came down into it a little bit, but never filled that gap. So what I can easily do is go back and just draw it, right? Just put a box there and extend it over. That's the same thing I did on NDX right here. So look, you see right here where the gap fills to where we open. So there's the gap. Also, these other gaps from the other day, I had drawn these, and I kept these on my chart until basically today. So I just draw a box, use a little box tool. I have mine pinned up here at top as a favorite. I think it's right here, rectangle. All right, nice rejection here. Please finish my trade. So I was saying longs right there, even if it looks, it'll suck you in to a bad trade. And like you're just catching, like EMAs are just catching up to price action, right? Suck you into a bad trade. Oh, we got a baby crying in my living room. That must mean we're going down. Margaret usually dies whenever my daughter cries. Come on, finish it. Mortal Kombat. Finish him. Are we going crazy right here at this 300? If we get this 300 points, I think we will. I'm going to go crazy. Do something crazy. Do something crazy. Microsoft now breaking structure again, continuing a downtrend after this morning's strength. Broadcom, new low of day. Everything else rejecting pretty well. Google's okay. Amazon rejecting the 9. Meta rejecting the 9 after a bounce. That's a good sign. Apple's above the EMAs actually, but it could be a safety one. Where's it with Amazon? Yeah, Amazon. Beautiful rejection of the 9. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Fill me. Fill me. Wow, M&Q almost got there and M&Q didn't. Wow, M&Q hit 170 and M&Q hit what, 176? New low on ES. Come on. Fill the gap. Fill it. Fill it. I want to hear those 2 sweet, lovely words. Order field. Boom. 300-point trade. I'm out. What a day, Frank. Let's go. Turn me up, chat. Woo! Oh my gosh. Make sure you guys hit live, by the way. If you're on YouTube, every once in a while, if you buffer or whatever, make sure you hit live. Stay live with me. Boom. Let's go. Who made money with me? Appreciate the nice comment. The goal here is not to pump me up. The goal is for all of us to make money together. We're all on the same team here. Let's go. Turn me up, chat. There it is. There's Jordy sliding in here. Jordy, we played this gap fill so beautifully. Look, this index chart. This is the most beautiful thing ever. Getting short up here and taking it for the full gap fill. Oh, what a setup. What a setup. Let's go, dude. I'm giving away 5 memberships for this. What a trade. Red Dead Redemption's coming to Netflix. I just heard on the news squawker. Let's go. Boom, right there. 5 memberships going out to whoever's open for them. Beam me up, Scotty. Let's go. Appreciate you, Bob, Jarrett. David, I don't know if you remember or not. It's like $5 a month. You can use the emojis and all that stuff. We are going to start rolling out more stuff with that. I think we're going to do deep dives, member only chat or member only streams that then we post to the public later. Oh, mama, we made it. Yeah, when I gift the memberships, they just randomly go out to anybody. Make sure you have it turned on where you can get them. But don't feel like you have to subscribe for anything. We're always going to post, like, any member-only thing that we do, we will post publicly no matter what. But we do want to, like, reward people for being a part of the Wolf Pack, you know? Supporting us, supporting the channel. And the other way you can support us is just use code WOLF. What a day. Man. Yeah, use code WOLF. I'm not going long now. I said this earlier. I want to make sure this is clear. I'm not going long now. And let's talk about why. All right. NDX filled the gap. That's full target. My trade is over. I have a golden retrace that's a little bit lower, actually. You should see some people taking profit, maybe some people looking to long this, but there's no confirmation of price action. The other reason I'm not going to take a long right here, because yes, we did fill the gap. You look at NDX, look at SPX though. SPX is now fully into its gap. So 750, whole number and halfback. I want to see that next on SPX. And then I will think about taking a long. I have zero confluence looking at this for taking a long here. I do think we can get a little bit lower. I do think you probably get a pop here. But I'm not gonna play that one. I don't think I have good risk reward. What a day. What a day. Chase, I can't choose who the memberships go to. All I can do is I can gift them out, give you a month membership for free. And then, but I can't choose who they go to. They just go. You do have to make sure you have it turned off. I'm sure somebody will give away more at some point. Oh, what a day. And predictably so, look at this gap fill. You're getting a reaction. Look at this reaction you're getting. And it's like a 40, 50 point bounce already. I'm not taking this trade, but I'm just saying right there. The gap fill should give you a bounce here as shorts cover. I don't know that it's buyers. and SPX is in no man's land. So I am not wanting to take any type of long, unless if you're scalping. If you scalp that right there, maybe. But watch, would not be surprised to see this get crushed right back down. Your golden retrace on NQ is down at that 137, 137 and a half. I think SPX has got to finish this move, honestly, to 750. That's probably around half gap. Let me measure and see. Is that around half gap? Half gap, yeah, 757 is basically your half gap there. Yep, 757. But I think SPX is going to 750 now that it's entered the gap. I don't know if it can fill the full gap today. I mean, crazier things could happen, right? But this has been a very clean, orderly sell-off. Oh, let's go. Jordy coming over to stream shortly. Guys, we got the whole crew. We're going to keep this live stream going all day long. We got the crew coming in here. Frank's been hanging out with me all morning. Yeah, Eva, Maria, I agree with both of you. Let me make sure I have this in the right spot, because it's probably drifted. 18 points lower. It's 10. It's really about down here. 15 points lower. Yeah, about right here is SPX 750. I want to make sure I have that in the right spot. So for me to long this, I would need a huge bottom wick type of reaction like this and this. And I would need it to be even more extended from here. Otherwise, you're too close to the downtrend EMAs and the price action. You just consolidated for what, an hour? 40 minutes, 45 minutes? Consolidate for that long, you should get a decent move away from that, or you reclaim and go back. If we lose 67.57, game over. Yeah, that may push us into negative gamma territory too. It's not the worst place in the world for SPX to get a little bid when I look at it this way, but it is just sitting in this gap. I continue to think we're going to 750. So no longs for me. I think 6 red candles in a row on the 15-minute. All right, well, Where are we at on this retrace? 25K. Oh, wait. Tesla's about to make a new low. I mean, Tesla's about to hit 400. NVIDIA, I think, is going to get down here to 185 to 185 and a half at least. Microsoft, like I said earlier, was strong and it's rolled over now. It's kind of broken the structure a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised to see it test at least that tweezer. Meta's already been brutalized, so it bouncing doesn't mean much to me. Google, I see a bear flag. Broadcom's been absolutely crushed. It looks like it could try to bounce down here. Amazon is about to make another new low. Look, Amazon 15-minute. One little tiny green candle and then just continuing selling pressure. Apple just does detached things. What else is going on over here? Kind of want to see big picture on some stuff. Hims was mentioned earlier in the comments. Like on this stream, I've been very bearish on Hims from a chart perspective. When it blew through the 200-day and came back and rejected it hard. I mean, look at these rejections on the 200-day. Look, upper wick rejection, huge upper wick rejection. Broke these lows. And look, oh, and it's off a cliff. Hims is probably going back to 35. Maybe even lower. Yeah, this is an ugly look on Hims. Yeah, I can't buy Hims yet. DraftKings kind of doing its own weird thing. I still kind of like DraftKings, honestly. Dell looks bad. This looks really bad on Dell. Look at that. 50-day rejection. That looks bad. CrowdStrike's still okay. ARM 200-day today. Interesting. AMD is fine. It's kind of a no man's land because it had this huge gap up, but it came back and held that spot that I charted yesterday's 250 area. See if these EMAs kind of catch back up and hold it. If it puts in like 3 little candles up here above the downtrend and then pushes off, something like that. Oscar is getting crushed. It's headed to the next level down. I guess they wanted more ACA stuff or something. I didn't really read the full bill. I need to dive into some more of that stuff. Yeah, that's Oscar. Him says an event today. I didn't know that. Like before Evan shows up on this stream, I don't know how many times I've been telling you guys that I thought BM&R, I think all the treasury companies looked absolutely terrible. I've been telling you how bad crypto looks. BM&R looks absolutely god-awful. Bitcoin, I have Bitcoin going to at least 90, at least this trend line, this possible trend line. But I think Bitcoin's going to 94 for a little golden retrace there. But really, Bitcoin looks terrible to me. Ethereum looks worse. This rejection on Ethereum right here was just terrible. Look at all this. Back under the 200-day. Look at these huge upper wicks. They're just selling it. People are selling it, getting out. Solana looks crazy. MSTR. MSTR is about to make like 2-year lows. Have you guys looked at MSTR lately? Down 27% year to date, down 40% over the last year. How does this not go back to 170 or lower, 160? There's no way. Coinbase is a little different, but it's like right at its 200-day still. Are we cooked on what though, Carl? I mean, the bigger markets, or some of the crypto looks cooked to me. We're still fine. I mean, we're still above the 50-day. We're still well above the 50-day. I mean, look, this right here, you could easily fill this gap and bounce back up here and still be back above where these, like your daily 20, your daily 9 and 21 EMAs are. You're still above this previous all-time high here. Look at this sexy guy. Jordan, are we cooked, brother? Carl, let me know what you think about, though. What do you think about Burry's calculations applying at most Mag 7 accounting regarding AI chips? I think Burry is a massive distraction for no reason. The guy hit one huge trade, great, and he's been very wrong for the last few years. Very wrong.
Are people really trying to follow Michael Burry?
Well, I'm just saying he's been very wrong. Now, does that not? He's a smart guy. Can he still make valid points and stuff? Yes, but do I think it's a lot of noise that I don't think people really should pay attention to? Yeah.
Well, you got to know what trader you are, too. Like, to be completely honest, Jordan's good for the Clark Kent look. Yeah, we're trying to. Yeah, we're trying.
Did you want to see the worst? I was just doing this right before you came. Do you want to see the worst chart in the entire market that I've been trying to tell everyone about?
What's that?
MSTR took out these previous lows.
Garbage.
Like, took them out, bounced back, and then just got absolutely smacked. MSTR is making 2-year lows right now. 2 years. We've been in a raging bull market.
Yeah.
People think these treasury companies have leverage. They have no leverage. BM&R. I love Evan to death. I was not a fan of BM&R. I'm not a fan of these treasury companies at all. BM&R looks absolutely god-awful. Bitcoin. So this box that we held forever, breakdown, back test, reject. You're about to lose 100K. You might get some love at this little trend line here, but I think Bitcoin's going to 94 soon. Honestly, I think it's going to 60K next year.
Yep. Honestly, too, with all the Michael Burry stuff, like, to be completely honest, we're day traders. Most of us, even if you're swing trading, none of what he says is gonna matter for you, right? Like, even if he's right, okay, like our time frame is so different. And I can probably guess majority of you guys are not positioning for a play that's gonna potentially hit like a year from now, right? We're all day trading, and so that's where, are those thoughts really gonna help you at all? Probably not, unless you know the exact damn time that it's happening. I mean, it's not gonna help you. I said this the last time Michael Burry made a tweet and got everybody freaking all crazy, because everybody was asking me in the panels and, oh, what do you think about Michael Burry? Is this affecting you? Blah, blah, blah. And I came out and made a big tweet and was like, guys, none of what this guy or anybody else, what they do, should affect my positions, your positions, anybody, because their time frame is so different too. What they're trying to get out of the market compared to us, it's just a completely different game. Oh, did he shut down the Scion Asset Management? I don't know all the
he just filed to it.
So Burry equals furry. I mean, he's a smart dude. You know what I mean? You got to give him credit. He He did very well. He did something that arguably every American will want to do, but
To Jordy,
at the same time,
we hit
that's
a
something that happens every.
We had a 300-point short on here, brother.
Oh yeah. I came into the day. I was very bullish actually because we were tapping into that daily fair value gap and we were sweeping the previous day low. So I was really bullish going into the morning, but didn't get any setups for what I wanted to see. So I let IB form. I caught a little scalp short to the IB low. It wasn't anything crazy, but that was about it for me. And then I'm still waiting to see if we get some sort of long. We went farther than I wanted to initially, but I'm still pretty bullish.
Like here's your gap. You had a gap to fill. When we broke down in the morning, we came back, we back tested like the previous 3 days lows and the top of that gap that we just entered into and rejected so beautifully. Came all the way down 300 point trade. Well, my average was I don't know if you've looked at NDX, but it was clear as day on NDX.
The only draw I had for downside today was the unfilled gap that we had, which we did fill now, and we've been consolidating around. So that was my one thing that was like, okay, that can happen. Everything else for me going into the morning, I really had no reason to be bearish with what I'm looking at, but it's all right. We sit back. We nail a tiny little scalp short, and that's fine. I'll get what I want later.
Oh.
But yeah, going into the morning, I was telling everybody I'm very bullish. I have no reason to be bearish. Then we sell off, and it is what it is.
Oh no. I was
remember, guys, it's not about being right or wrong. It's about when you're in the position, can you manage it?
Yeah, it's about managing the risk. But here's we had this huge gap. Here's the daily look.
I know. No, I definitely was. I had that in mind as well because the other gap.
And look where we're bouncing right on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're holding it perfect.
Not anything. I'm completely flat.
Well, we're in fucking lunch, so not great. I'm gonna wrap up spaces real quick.
Do we want to put the live on X now too? I can send it to both, or we can just leave it. Might as well send it to both, right? I don't know, but I just had a homemade some kind of cheese stick sandwich. It was amazing. I'm eating some Ruffles, and I'm up a lot of money.
All right, Spaces is closed out.
Do you want me to put it live on here? Or do you want me to send this to X?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and send it to X. Because I did tell everybody we'd still be live on there.
Boom.
Let's go.
Oh, what a freaking... Dude, chat was cooking today, too.
Dude, I saw it. Dude, I came in. I literally click on the stream emp, and you're just like this. You're just like this. Yeah,
you came in right after. You came in right when the 300-point fill. I mean, and you know what's crazy?
It's fire.
I closed at 165. That was 6 points from low of day.
Re-short. Honestly, I would be very cautious on the shorts still after that gap fill. I know I've been bullish all day and I've been wrong on that, but I would really be cautious trying to re-short all the way after we've sold off this much into the areas that we have. But
I think you can.
Work. It's just.
I think you can if you're looking at SPX. SPX entered into the gap.
Yeah, it still has room to gap fill. I just have a hard time.
Well, you need a relief because
the way I see it, I'm like, if you wanted short, you should. There were plenty more opportunities, but.
Well, the thing is, like, people get antsy. They want to do stuff. I don't think it's a good long right here. You could have longed on the gap fill, for early, because you're going to get shorts that are covering. It may not be buying, it may be just shorts covering, right? But when I go to, so we looked at NDX, this was, I mean, a perfect view of it. We opened up here, we came down. Look at the previous 3 days lows are all right here. We opened up right below them and pushed down. We hit previous all-time high. We hit some other stuff. We bounced back. We rejected right at previous session low, right at the edge of this gap. And then we pushed through and filled this gap that we left the other day. And now we're bouncing. Now look at SPX. Oh, I still got my arrows on here from yesterday. SPX, here's the gap. I drew a box to like show where it's at. SPX broke the last 3 days lows. It's coming back in to like kind of back test that price action, back test maybe that gap fill. There's also a fib right there. There's also a IB extension right there. I think it's tough to long here because this could come down to at least half gap. I think 750 is your whole number. It's your gamma exposure. There's also half back right there. So that's what I would think. And your, I mean, your 21 EMA is just now catching up to price action. It's only touched one time all morning. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to keep eating my ruffles and watching. If this does go down, if we finish this golden retrace on the NASDAQ, and if SPX at least hits half gap, maybe 750, I would consider it. But this looks pretty ugly.
I'm ugly and I'm proud.
Oh.
Well, it's 12:10. Ripe time of lunch. Looks like we're continuing the accumulation a bit. Still trying to take out lows slowly. See if there's some sort of back half move of the day. And I'll be back. I gotta run for like 20 minutes, but I'll be right back. Hold on.
You're good. I'm over here talking on mute anyway. Okay. I think it is imperative to reiterate something. Just because a short trade has played out does not mean it's a long. It may not be a long at all today unless you get a real setup. There you go, new low.
If there is, though, I'm gonna find it.
Yeah, if there is, though, we'll find. Yeah, we'll find it. Oh, show. But look at what I was just saying about where SPX could reject. Right there, 3 points of confluence, and it has not. I mean, it's a no man's land. Now, if you're like a bearish or a whatever bullish divergent RSI type of guy, you're probably seeing that maybe a little bit here. But I'm not a fan. I'm just not a fan. All right, that one actually fully filled the gap. I think we stopped a point or two above it earlier. Well, I'm just not a fan of the longs here. It either has to be from lower or back over like this. Like we'd have to do something like this and then catch. But to me, that's the danger of that is like you get back over here, you collect a bunch of sellers and just traverse right back through. But I think this is going lower in my opinion. I'm not short anymore, but that's my opinion. I took the meat of the move. I got the gap fill. I got the thesis. I do not need to jump into a second trade right now. Yeah, so sometimes like I guess are you thinking about longing for today, longing for the rest of the week, or are you thinking about longing for like a swing trade into December? That would be the clarification there. Well, what I will say is there's nothing on this chart that tells me to swing long. You could make an argument on swing short, but honestly, in a bull market uptrend, it's kind of tough to look at this and say swing short, especially here. I mean, look, previous all-time highs here, consolidation here. As long as we're above this, I don't think there's any there. You don't really want to short it. So I don't think you want to short above this, and really, you don't really want to long here right now. Maybe you long down here. I mean, if this comes down and fills this gap, maybe that's your long. But if you're looking to swing trade something right now, the market doesn't really look, I mean, it's still, so here's the tough part. You're still in a bull market, right? But you're getting a little bit dicey here. So it's tough to take some swing trades with high confidence. I mean, if you look at some of these charts, there doesn't look like a swing trade anywhere in Tesla right now. NVIDIA is about to have earnings, so that's a tough one to swing, but it's still fine. 50-day, right there's your support box, but you're right at the 50-day, but you have earnings next week. I mean, Netflix has an interesting chart, but like when I go through here and I try to look for like something I would swing long right now, at least like in a month to 2 months time frame, I don't know that this is the spot. Amazon still has a gap down here to come down to. Broadcom just lost the 50-day. It's sitting kind of near support, but I need some kind of confirmation, right? Apple looks fine, but are you longing right at all-time highs? That's tough. You almost need to find like some kind of name that's a little detached. Got blocked. That looks gross. Wow, JP Morgan's getting crushed today. A lot of the banks are. Cisco just broke out on earnings. Take that one off the list. IBM still looks strong. Look, the entire market's like down here underneath moving averages, and it's just sitting on its 9. So there's some relative strength there. Qualcomm looks interesting. Relative strength here. Really needs a candle close up here. CRM back test, it played out. Now, where does it catch again? You don't know. I mean, I'm going through, so like, look, losing the 50-day. I mean, a lot of these names don't look great, honestly. Good Snowflake rejected the 9 at the high and pushed back down underneath. Boy, the more I look around the market, the more I might get bearish, which is a tough thing to do in a bull market. So I'd rather just be nimble. ARM on the 200-day. AMD, and like we talked about earlier, kind of no man's land. You know, all your crypto names look terrible. Gold, I don't know what to do with gold. Look, there's a nice pop. This looks a little bit better, so you're probably going to get back up into here. And then you see if it's going to actually reverse or not. KB, did you grab that long? Let's go, Brent. gold, I mean, gold's going crazy, but I don't like the look of this. You do have a gap up here that you basically just got to and rejected on GLD, on the actual futures, golden retrace. But gold just made this move. So are you going to long after gold runs up like this? I mean, I would akin that to like, you know, gold ran up like this. If you longed here, like it took you, you know, a month to get going again. I mean, look at this run on gold. What if we get one of these again? What if, you know, pullback does like this, something like that again? I don't know. Just I don't see where you set your risk reward. If it like builds some structure over right here, or if it comes back down. If it came back down and held down here, 150s, probably right there at 150. If it came back to here, 150, these EMAs catch up a little bit, maybe you can long gold. That one needs to set back up. IWM looks like trash. Dow looks pretty good. Boy, Tesla hit 400, almost 7%, just getting crushed. Bury me, Michael. So all I think that was the gap finally filled on NDX. So like if you look right here, this candle right here stopped just short. This candle right here actually touched it. Unless you go to an hourly, 4 big hourly candles down. Your risk right now is going sideways. I think your risk right now is going sideways the rest of the day. And then your secondary risk is downside because of SPX is still consolidating here. I mean, look, has the 21 EMA even caught up yet? We haven't even been able to touch a 21 EMA on this downtrend. It's a rough look. Rough look. Where's all the? I haven't heard any like news stalker, squawker. Oh, it's just quiet. Every once in a while, double check if I don't hear them for a while. Yeah, well, that first gap on Tesla's 395, right? But the volume, I mean, I have to start looking at this right here. So let's go like this. Yep. Probably going to 375, down to 365, 350. unless it holds the gap fill 395 for some reason. If for some reason you held, I'm just going to do it this way. Close to open. Yeah, there's the gap right there. Meta is interestingly kind of strong today, but it also had a terrible day yesterday. So I don't know. That one's a tough one. ES coming back into the 21, NQ hitting the 21, 6,800 on ES. Now you're about to find out if we turn around or not. Like right here, this will be your, you know, if you pop up here and reject immediately here. For example, if you reject here immediately and the EMA9 just does like this, and this just does like this, then it's still bad. If you pop back up here and come back and try to hold and then fall through, that's bad. If you're able to push up here and reject and then come here and hold and make a higher high, then you can start to think about maybe playing a little reversal back up. But I just think if it's looking at SPX, it's just a crazy hard game to play right here. And you also wonder about NVIDIA. That's a good point, David. I saw you put NVIDIA trying to poke through its EMAs a little bit. It's got VWAP to deal with after that. I mean, these downtrends are pretty heavy still. I think it's a little bit early to try to get a curl back up. There's no V-shaped recovery today, but there could be a little, curl, work your way back up and make a little like kind of U cup shape. But it's still lower lows basically across the board. NVIDIA rejecting IV low, 30-minute orb low. We're just now coming to test it, so early rejection is what I should say in terminology there. Look at that Tesla perfectly off of the 0.5 extension of this morning's IV. Brent, I love you, brother. I cannot get bullish on this. I'm not shorting it, if that helps you feel better. I cannot feel good about a risk reward long here. It's more of the situational awareness than anything, or my situational read on the bigger picture looks so bad right here. Where's NDX? Oh no, that's a bad spot to reject. But you held the 9. Where do you take this though? I'm almost tempted to reshort it. I'd not be surprised to see this fell right here. Or popped through and fell back under. Rizzo said he was waiting on like 110, by the way. Yeah, we could pop back up here to 187 on NDX, 40 points higher. 280, 270. If you don't close back over this 21 though, if this candle closes back under, then it's just downtrend. If anything, I would have to consider a short here. Microsoft and Nvidia both about to hit VWAP. I think it's going to take longer to get a change of character here. Yeah, they're going to tempt me to start shorting this thing. I'm chilling for you, or cheering for you guys though. 100-point bounce, though, off that gap fill. I just would not be surprised to see this candle fall back under the 21 right here. I would not be surprised. This candle comes back down here, and then you're going to go test 214 again. Oh, closed above it. See if you come down and hold it. There it goes. Now see what it's made of. Yep. How much can it crush? Now you really need buyers to step in and send this thing back down. I mean, I'm sorry, you need buyers to step in before this thing goes back down. I think your sellers are going to look at that as the opportunity. Probably scalp short there. Better hold this 9 or this is getting crushed. Ooh. Take it back down to 137. I don't think it's done. We'll see. I'm not in a trade, just in case anybody's new, whatever, just coming over. I'm not in a trade right now. I took the 300-point trade earlier. I'm just trying to read price action right now. I don't really have good risk reward for either. And if you were looking to reshort it, that was the type of pop that you get off of a gap fill to reshort it. SPX is still in no man's land. I got right here, stayed right under 15-minute candle. Is NDX back under? Yeah, look at that. What is today, Thursday? Yep, I think this is going back to low, guys. Come on, send it back down to lows. Let's finish the move. This is one of the scenarios I talked about. If it doesn't hold here and get bought up like big bottom wick, it's things in trouble. I think it's in trouble. Tell you what's in trouble is my contact in my eye that fell out yesterday. Well, there's your wick. Let it confirm. If you're trading this, let it confirm. Either direction. Yeah, Brent's thinking the same thing I am. Let it confirm. Jahan, what I've been saying for a few weeks, the market just keeps running up to the next piece of good news. Right now, what's the next piece of good news? The government reopening was the next piece of good news. Before that, it was what? The China deal with Trump. It was Mag 7 earnings. It was the Fed. NVIDIA earnings is the only thing that's really next on the list. It could be an ugly hanging man. It could be a lot of buyers stepping in, but it looks like an ugly hanging man. Sell pressure. Basic candle. Basic candle. So it looks like buyers here, but you had to move up. It looks like buyers trying to support it. But whenever you have a wick to the downside, that's like it's selling pressure that got pushed back up. So what's the context of that? That there's pressure to the downside right now that somebody's fighting with. Who's going to win? Which direction here? I don't know. But that's what makes a hanging man candle. You get to the top of an area, and then you have selling pressure, gets pushed back up, and then you see if the sellers beat the buyers. If there's enough buyers here, this candle should hold up here and move here. I think we're going down, though. It could hold here. It could hold here and go back up, and then your target's 670 to... I'm sorry, 270 to 280. IB low, but back to that halfback. I don't have any faith in this. I'm reading, the price action, what I'm seeing on the DOM does not look like they want to do anything here. Yeah, look at this, selling pressure, boom. Julie, I don't know. What every Fed speaker is saying right now is that the December rate cut decision is much different. Now you have people from the Trump administration saying one thing. Do they get their way? But you have most of the Fed speakers saying something completely different. It will be a very interesting meeting in December. And it's probably Powell's last one as chair. Bitcoin dead? Oh, Bitcoin's dead. Oh. Bitcoin just... Good Lord. Curry, I don't know what you're talking about, Curry. What does Tom Lee say now, Topher? That is a great question. How do you spend the MNR in Ethereum? I just didn't get, I'm looking at the chart. I'm looking at what all these other people are saying, the cycles and all this stuff. The chart looks awful for Ethereum, period. BM&R looks even worse. Like, because that crazy pop, I have to do like this to even make the BM&R chart look normal. That looks gross. There we go. Take it down. Fresh sellers just acquired. Take it back down. 137. Ooh, headphone dying. There we go. Got that AirPods shot out. It hit 137 now. SPX looks like a bear flag going for new lows. New low in NDX. Tesla just lost 400. Nvidia and Microsoft rejected view up really hard. You snagged that short? There we go. All right, Skylar. Let's go. Also watch when we hit 2% down on the day. We're at 1.8 right now. Where's that at? Oh, it's exactly at the golden retrace of NDX 25008. On NQ is, it just closed on 2% on the day is 114. 114. Little $500. That's what I'm talking about, Skylar. Stack them up. Base hits. Stack them up. Nike is up. Did they have earnings or something? Nike is so decimated. gross.
Yo,
What up?
dude. Tony, you mean what's down? Everything. Everything.
Not my P&L, brother.
Oh, you've been short. Of course, you're shorting this. You're always like waiting there. You're always, like, I always feel like you're that guy. You're that guy in the corner. You ever see that meme for like the meme of like the people at a party and like
Yeah,
that one guy in the
like
corner where like it's like they don't know that I'm short 10 NQ.
don't even know I'm short.
Yeah, they don't. These people don't even know. But it's like the opposite. It's the other way around. But anyways, yeah, dude, not a good day for growth stocks. That is for sure.
No, they are removing froth quickly.
I don't even think that. I think that's an understatement. I think it's doing a lot. They're like margin calling some people right now.
Like it's like
So
when
funny.
you pour a draft beer, you get a little too aggressive with the pour. All that froth bubbles over. That's what's happening. It's all bubbling over, falling out the sides.
Dude, that White House tweet last night. We are so back.
We're so back.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
We're so cooked.
We are so cooked. Wow. Was Michael Burry closing his fund at top?
I don't know. He keeps talking about this November 25th date. I'm really curious what he's going to do.
He's probably gonna start a
podcast. Yeah, it's a Substack podcast.
It's a podcast. What's up, Evan?
Yo. How's the day been for you?
It's been a great day over here. What chat? Are we having a good day?
Great day.
Chat, let Evan know if we're having a good day.
We got 250 people in here. It does. A lot of people. Ooh, we're at 2041 subscribers too. Nice. What's the chat saying? 1 second, let me get my account.
There we go. Skyler just hit a short trade right here. We were looking at the little analysis here. Got that hanging man. You got the 21 retest, back test. Move down. Now I shorted this entire gap fill on NDX, Sam. By the way, it was yeah. Look at NDX. Look back to the left.
No, I was just looking at my own chart. Hold on. Oh wow. Yeah, we filled the gap. Not NDX.
I shorted
NQ. NQ.
Well, I shorted NQ based off of NDX. That's what NQ is derived from NDX, right? So I look at NDX and I see we entered the gap. We pushed up in the morning to back test the previous 3 days lows and the gap. And then we went and filled the whole gap. And here we are sitting at the bottom of it. SPX, though, is in the middle of the gap. Needs to hit half gap at least. 757, about 10 points lower from where we're currently trading.
Yeah, we're still
750 is your break point to really get ugly today.
Even ES, we're still, the gap is at, closes at 67, 65. So we're 20 points away from the ES gap fill.
Yeah.
I don't know. This can get brutal. Yeah. They can get brutal.
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, the other day it looked like it was going to get brutal once you get down 2% on the day, which we're 1.8 right now in NASDAQ. It bounced back. Which, if that happens, if we go down on NQ to about 115, we'll finish a golden retrace at 137. But if we hit, my beer mug. If we hit this golden retrace 618 at 137 after filling the gap, we're down 2% on the day, right in here around 115. That's also going to be about where SPX hits half gap and could potentially bounce, but I don't like playing half gap bounces once it's been 3 days. If it was the day the gap comes up, half gap, yeah. Not 3 days later when it's rolling. It's not the half gap I want to play. Hey, but let me tell you, I love the 21.
Yeah, we got mega caps basically getting killed here, which is of course bringing the market down. Tesla's almost did it break 400?
Yeah, it did.
Broke 400. Nvidia is down 4%. Meta is surprisingly a bit resilient today.
Well, Meta had a really bad day yesterday, and Meta's already been brutalized, so that tracks, right? Tesla looks like bad, really bad now.
This looks terrible. If I look at the moving averages for Tesla, we're below the 50-day. Ironically, I think we all thought there was going to be somewhat of a bounce fall through today, but I think futures sold off that bounce pretty gruesomely.
I was long last night and made some money, and then the problem it's sell the news, I think, and that's why I titled the stream this way, because the markets just keeps looking forward to the next good news and the next good news, right? There's a golden retrace just hit on NQ basically right there. The market just keeps looking forward to the next good news, and then once you get the good news, we'll sell the news, right? We see that happen all the time.
Oh, we might be having a confirmed downtrend here. I think it's crazy how we basically bounce off the 20-day moving average on the Qs, and then today we open below it, and we kind of back tested a little bit pre-market, but dude, it looks like it's heading toward the 50-day. That is 4 whole points lower on the Qs, and let me look at the volume. Yeah, the volume looks like it's going to be higher today than yesterday. So you got 2 sell volume candles that are pretty high. I would not say this is low volume. SPY, maybe not as much. You know what's crazy is that just yesterday, the Dow Jones made a new all-time high. It's so.
Yeah, Dow's still fine, honestly, structurally.
Yeah,
Dow's still fine.
The RSP is fine.
Small caps look really bad.
Yeah, I'm shorting small caps. That was a successful put debit spread that I opened last time we had some weakness, and I closed that for 30%. I reopened it today at lower strikes, and then that way the risk reward is higher. Because if we're going lower, small caps are going down. I see that.
Look at this as well.
Yeah.
Previous all-time high.
Oh, it's backtesting the previous all-time high? Okay.
Right here.
Yeah.
SPX. So, I mean, before we get too crazy, and then your 750 area right here, this is the other level. So this zone between these two yellow lines, if we stay up here, we're fine.
Yeah, I'm not going to be leaning toward any direction here. I think that's what gets people decimated when they chase a move that's already happened. But obviously the move down happens way faster than the move up. But I think the problem that we've been seeing lately is that people have been basically calling the bottom on a lot of high beta stocks. And I'm never a fan of that, because you could have called the bottom on Nebius 20% higher and gotten killed. So I know what you own, guys. A lot of these data center stocks, right? And I think I've said it many times, is that because look at it right now, IREN is its all-time closing high was 76.43, and then we're 34% from the all-time high, right? And we're only 2%, 3% away from the all-time high on SPY.
Dude, some of these names look so bad.
Do not call bottoms. I have IREN. I'm getting decimated in my position, and that's fine because I sized it correctly. Where if I get decimated on it, then that's okay. And I made the decision to hold it through whatever drawdown I'm going to hold it through. But I think there are a lot of people who
Ontario looks bad.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who were calling the bottoms on these stocks and was going hard with call options, and it's dude, you're going to get killed. You're going to get killed, and they're probably getting killed today.
Hood looks really bad.
Hims looks bad.
Look at him. No, I'm saying in the bigger picture.
Oh,
Hims?
yeah, no, it looks bad.
You looked at Hims?
I don't know. Hims is in no man's land, dude. I don't see anything. I don't. If you're buying Hims here, you better be a bull. Like you better be a long term.
You better be ready to keep adding lower.
Yeah, you better be ready to
you,
add it
better,
lower,
better be a DCA bet.
or you better be hedging. Like it's just you calling
Arms on the
bottoms
200 day.
Yeah. Oh wow, arms on the 200 day. I think probably Amazon is just a nasty looking top chart, unfortunately. But it is still above the 20 day.
So Amazon is at the previous highs still. It still has a gap it could come down and fill. I mean, Amazon could come down to 232 and it's still fine.
I know, like
that actually matches up with a lot of stuff.
Amazon has a lot of room.
Broadcom looks like it wants to come fill a gap.
Oh shoot, Broadcom looks bad.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's why I went through these with chat earlier, and I was like, dude, almost every one of these chats look. I mean, almost every one of these looks really bad. Microsoft looks like a bear flag, really.
Look at Robinhood. Like, look at some of these retail names. Like,
dude, Hood looks terrible.
Terrible. They look terrible. Like, it's just.
I think Hood's going to come down to like 115.
Yeah, you got your 115, dude. It can come to 115 today at this rate. Like, it's just
Hood could see 100 easily.
There's nothing.
Let's like Palantir, dude. Look at Palantir. If Palantir goes any lower, where does it catch? Does it like it goes through this volume gap quickly? Look at how many stops you're gonna run right here in the 170 area.
Yeah.
If it gets back down here, that's a quick move to 150s, 157.
Know what you own. That's it. Just know what you own. Know how much you want to add.
And know where you own it.
And also like size it.
Cybersecurity looks okay.
Yeah, cybersecurity is probably a lot of software actually has been holding up pretty nicely. Like look at Snowflake. Like it's like that. No one wanted this stock a year ago.
Oh.
No one wanted Snowflake a year ago.
Yeah, the only thing about Snowflake is it did push up and reject right here today, and but Snowflake in the bigger picture of things still looks pretty good.
Yeah, no, it looks good. A lot of
this structure hasn't broken quite like a lot of these other names.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Look at Oracle, dude.
I wouldn't have saw that coming. We just give it
waiting on 20.
Yeah.
Waiting on like the 200 day, like this area, and I'll buy some more probably. But Oracle could get real ugly.
Yep.
It's already ugly.
I was never a chaser on that thing.
But then look at some of these like Uber. I mean, as bad as like a lot of these other ones have these like topping type of patterns kind of setting up. Like Uber's still pretty strong up here. And
dude, this is like the worst day for Nubank to report earnings. Look at the Nubank's chart. Like this is the worst setup into earnings right now.
Yeah, please don't. Well, I tell you what, I'm going to take the other side of the argument because how many times have you seen a stock at all-time high, new all-time high, report earnings and just gap to nothing? I should just go ahead and sell some of it now.
No, I'm not selling it. It's just like these are the days where it's like, man,
Mercado Libre looks gross.
Yeah, Mercado Libre, it's back below the 200 day. Like it's just, if I were management today, I'd be looking at the market and be like, damn, I got to report today. I need to report earnings. This sucks.
All right. Nebius, you look left, and it's not the worst thing in the world actually. Previous all-time highs back from 2021.
It's probably.
Part of me was thinking about starting a Nebius position.
Yeah.
So this right here, the M, it kind of really you would go like here for the M, and then this would be like the play out. If it holds here, which look at Nebius's daily candle, we're at lows of day across pretty much everything else, and look at Nebius has already been bought up off this level. That to me is a different, like that's a different type of reaction than other things.
Well, it did get sold off a lot recently. It's kind of like the Meta situation where like it already had a major drawdown, right? Like the sellers are probably getting exhausted with that stock. But if the market goes down further, all bets are off. Like Nebius will likely not have a very green day if the market is down another 2% tomorrow. Yeah, I mean that guy, Degener Nancy, cost us $22.
Nancy's a girl.
That girl, Degener Nancy. I couldn't see the avatar. I'm not in the YouTube channel. I'm only in.
No, you're good.
Nancy's
yeah,
Nancy's a crazy GeoGuessr player.
Yeah, I know she's good at GeoGuessr, but can we confirm it's a girl?
Yeah, I'll confirm it's a girl. She's very smart, very good trader, actually.
That's good.
I'll vouch for that.
Nice.
I mean, that's the good way. Like, when you got like a $23 cost average, like, why would you buy the dip hard here? Just like
our analytics. Our analytics say like 95% male. Maybe it's 90% male, but it is
93.
aggressive.
93.
Stock market news. I don't like. Sometimes space can get interesting. The wolf trading one, dude. Stock market news. I really don't try and lean in a certain way, and it is 90% guys. Instagram as well.
Yeah, I have 91%. 91% male, 50% US, 10% Canada, 30% other.
All right, I'll look right now.
Evan, what's your iOS following percentage on Twitter? Is it higher? Is it more than 65%? Man, Cypher looks terrible on the chart. Whew. Descending volume there. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, based on impressions, it's 78% Apple, actually, iOS.
Wow.
On likes, it was 60.
They're supporting the fellow Apple holder.
It wants to hold this area right here. Is this S3? It is. S3 and the golden retrace. You almost want a long right here. Did SPX hit the half gap?
Forbes said finally out of my put, Emp killing it today.
Go.
You been doing well, Emp, today?
We had a 300-point short today, sir.
Nice.
Yeah, why wasn't it 500 though? That was my question.
When you have a 500-point session,
A real man would have done it.
like literally from
Real
high to
man
low,
does not give excuses.
376 points, and I caught 300 of them. That's what a real trader
monster
does.
move right there. Did you have to wake up early for that, or you just did it at the open?
No, I got it. Actually, to be honest, I like got in here and got stopped out, and then I looked over at a couple other things. I got back in. 465 ended up being my average. I got stopped out. I was trying to short here. I got stopped out, and then I got back in, and still made a ton of money. But it's you can take a 30, 40 point loss if you take a 300 point win.
Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna drop off. Good talking to you guys. New bank later.
Appreciate you coming and hanging out.
All right.
I am excited for New Bank. I need some good numbers. That's
Cool stuff coming with Sam and Wolf, by the way, is what I'll say.
Yeah.
Maybe, probably, definitely, maybe, probably, hopefully. We'll see. It seems like it's happening, but
Yeah.
cool stuff coming, Sam. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Appreciate it. If you guys are streaming the New Bank earnings, I'll join you guys, but we'll see later on.
Can I give you the honest truth? Jordan did not give a F about any earnings, especially New Bank.
Couldn't care. New Bank especially.
Jordan is gone.
None of
Be
it.
like, Jordan, come on, it's NVIDIA, stay. And he's like, all right, NVIDIA, I care, I'll be there.
Even
He's
NVIDIA,
not.
I'm like, whatever. Doesn't matter.
It's my largest position.
The most I care about is Tesla, and even then, I don't care about it that much, the earnings, because like none of it's going to change my
It's an
positioning.
option selling
but-
event. Almost all these
it's
earnings
just an
end up being
option selling event. Exactly.
All right,
Tesla's
guys.
making new lows.
Can
Good
you
job.
just do me a favor, before you go, Sam? I always like to
What's
do
up?
this. Just go sign into your account, say hi to them in the chat so people can go and subscribe to you.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, go to YouTube so we can get people on your channel as well. Sam does a lot of really good live streams on his channel. I watch him at nighttime, especially you and Chris.
Yeah,
Sam
dude.
goes on
last
Ahmed
night
a
was pretty
lot.
long.
I missed last night, dude. I was busy. I saw you guys live, and I tried to get over there, but I had 10 other things going on.
There you go.
But I watch a lot of those, especially guys. If you're West Coast, Sam and Chris, they go live. It's like 10 p.m. West Coast time, like or midnight for most people.
All right, there you go. Sam is he put the link in there. I don't know why it's the Solid Finance, but I guess Sam Solid. I guess everything kind of revolves around Sam Bad. I also get into.
I did the Solid stuff a long time ago, so I'm rolling with it. But I had to change the handle to I changed the alias to my real name. So look it up, I guess, if you want to. There's really nothing to look up. I don't use social media.
No, that was a funny comment from New York Knicks, New York Giants. His first thing was blocked.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah,
Dude,
but subscribe to
hopefully,
Sam. Also subscribe to that Wolf channel. I'll say cool stuff coming. Like I said, but Sam is doing a lot of really fun stuff right now. We appreciate you,
Oh.
especially if you're more of a long-term investor. You know, yeah.
Forbes asked before I leave, am I planning to buy? No, I'm not buying more Cypher. I added a little bit to Nebius and Iron this morning, but besides that, no, I haven't added a Cypher. I have a small Cypher position, but like that was really never meant to be something of great size, especially now. Like I would, if I were to add to something here, and that it would be a small amount, if anything. But if I were to add to something here, it would be Iron, if anything. But for me, my average on Nebius is like $24. So it's really hard to add in size to some of this stuff. And technically speaking, my average on Iron is like $20, right? So
Anybody want a long?
Huh?
Sorry, I was curious if anybody wants a long here.
Why are we bouncing?
SPX just hit that half gap. Either here or 750.
Oh no, Aaron looks terrible. They all look so bad. I'm not gonna go over and be like, guys, this is the bottom, because it can get worse if the market goes down lower. Like that's one thing about me, is that like I will never tell you when a bottom is, because anyone who tells you where a bottom is like for sure where a bottom is no one knows where the bottom or the tops are. The probability could be on their side, and that's the reason why you guys trade futures. But like with some of these stocks, like how can you possibly say it's the bottom? I don't know. I would not say, in my opinion, seeing a day like today, I don't think this is a bottom with some of these stocks. So be ready. Alrighty, guys. I will talk to you later. Have a New Bank Day.
Sounds good, Sam. Happy New Bank Day.
Hey, Sam, appreciate you stopping by.
All right. Thanks, guys. Talk to you later, Evan.
Ampy get long? I ain't doing it yet. Might not be doing it at all. We'll see.
Oh, I'm muted. I was like, he's not talking. Is he locked in?
Yeah, sorry, I was locked in. Me and Rizzo are looking at longs right here. We hit the half gap on SPX. We're down 2% on the day. I don't want it to just pop up and reject the gap right there, or the gap fill though. I think you could try the long here and see if we recover in the back half back to 269. Thank you. Look, we dipped right into
Oh,
the
here we
beer mug.
go. The beer. You get it. Well, when does the beer refill? Can you just illustrate on the chart where the beer might spill over, as in take profit point? Maybe tilt it over, so it's coming out.
Let's see.
Empty beer.
We
Una
do.
cerveza, mi cerveza es
Vacío.
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 Vacío. I don't know how to say empty.
Empty. Vacío.
Vacío. Gotcha.
Oh, here we go. If this goes to here, we do a little cheers.
You're looking for that red line?
269, the green one. But I think we may have to dip one more time first. I don't know. The only problem I have is SPX. SPX whipped off of half cap here. It may have to hit the 750 first, but I think it's going to come back up here too. Little relief. But if it holds half gap and goes back to here, that would be good. The real problem is that level and then this gap that's still fill. That would be a great. How far would? Yeah, we'd have a almost 2% down day if that happened.
Stream's doing well today. I wonder how many people. Oh, KC Trades. What's the shirt you're wearing today? Are we gonna get? Oh, it says Freedom. There we go. Much better
What's
than
up,
yesterday.
boys? What's up, boys? Better than the I squeeze titties and
The sky. It is a
good shirt.
PG-13. No, I'm kidding, but it is a PG-13 show. But I like the shirt today. How we doing, sir? I appreciate you hanging out.
Appreciate it. It's a red day for me. I'm just sit back, relaxing, watching the charts right now.
Yes, sir. That's all right.
I'm waiting to take a long right here.
Yeah, I just sent a tweet out. I said 673 to 672.4 on SPY and bounce. So
Did you say 6'7"?
What is up with you and BK? Both of you guys trying to.
That's Jordan. Jordan loves it. I'm just trying to set up Jordan for a good spaces moment, good stream moment.
It's played out.
Yeah, but Jordan doesn't mind. If Jordan does it, is it played out? Look at him.
I don't know.
Bitcoin under 99K now.
Ooh.
Yay! It's coming back up a little bit. The Nodi.
Who's been telling you guys? I don't know. I don't know what else to say.
I choose to hate you for it, so it's okay.
I know you do. One of these days.
You guys aren't going to be live for new bank earnings. Come on.
If it's 5 minutes after, we'll watch the reaction. But
it is my largest position.
Is it actually?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Then Emp will be live. There you go. New bank. Jordan, you're not going to support your friend? 4:15.
Yeah, I said I'll be here.
It's 4:15. Are you willing to PM Eastern? Are you willing to support your friend for 15 minutes?
Potentially.
That's no.
We'll see.
I've got it right at the close, dude. Dude, time is fractal, so shouldn't you? Does it matter?
Price is fractal, Evan. Not time.
I have one green position in my portfolio today.
Which one's that?
Actually, I have two. Take a guess.
Walmart.
No, Walmart's red.
Oh, is it?
Berkshire
I haven't
Hathaway is
looked at it.
green for me.
Yes,
Eli
there you go. There's
Lilly
one.
is green for me. Honeywell's also still a little green for me.
So look at Berkshire Hathaway's chart here. I'm long that name. Actually looks really good. And the other one is because of earnings. Cisco Systems. Only two green names in my portfolio. All right, SPX, what are we going to do here? Index is at the golden. Index is at the golden retrace. SPX is still 4 points above that 750 half. I'll just buy one starter here, MNQ. Why not? Build at 113.
I don't know if I said this out loud earlier or thought it, but the 264 people on the live stream, that's pretty solid. I wonder how many people are on X, if it's a little lower or if it's just growth.
We had a good crowd this morning. Plus, chat
Yeah.
made a lot of money this morning. That's all I know.
Any
That was
good
absolutely
indicators coming out? I was just noticing that.
Oh yeah, I need to turn that off now that we have more people.
It's fine, but shout out
Oh, it's
Edgeful.
on my head. Yeah, shout out to Edge.
They're also in the top right of your thing, right?
Yeah.
I like
Little
it.
small,
No,
but
listen, we're
there.
good. Shout out Edgeful. Was there good data off their stuff this morning?
Yeah, there was some pretty solid data. The ID by rejection, the first hour being bearish, like there was a lot of bearish things. There was one that was a little bit tough, was around yes, but we had enough confluence to get the short.
Do you see the post by Tom Crown on Bitcoin?
Bitcoin. What's happening to the Bitcoin?
He said a death cross is incoming. Goodbye steaks and hello ramen.
All right, I have two MNQs at
How could
107
this
average.
happen to me?
Yo, champion, was that the NYSE and saw Hezbollah there? What?
Camp works
Yeah.
there, right?
Yeah, Einstein's in the background and he's kneeling down on the floor taking a picture.
Who did they see?
Hezbollah.
Oh, the little guy.
Pull it
Yeah,
out.
Champ with him.
Yeah.
There you go, Champ. Yeah, me and Jordan saw Champ out there in
Champ's the
July.
boy.
Him and what's the other guy's name? The like German guy or whatever he is, Dutch.
Oh gosh.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I forget his name. I thought you were talking about Dylan for a second because that's the other homie.
No, not Dylan.
But I know you're talking about what was his name?
He had the
I
kind of
have
like
a number. Wait.
the hair like back, comb comb back hair,
I
the
have his
European
number
just
saved,
swag.
too. Wait. Hold on. What's his name?
Good to know he
I'll find
made
it.
a big impression.
I'm gonna find it.
No, just messing. You guys are just talking about it publicly, so it's hard. You almost just shouldn't even say his name.
He works on the floor with
Vitor.
Heinz. Yeah, him and Champ work. They work with Peter on the floor.
Yeah. I think Victor's back in Germany now, but
Victor.
Oh, that's right, Evan. You didn't go with us that morning, did you?
Mm-mm.
I don't know. I do remember seeing you on TV instead of being there with you, so probably not. I just got a notification. MicroStrategy new 52-week lows.
Dude, it's like 2-year lows. Have you looked at this? I looked at this earlier. It's trading at October, or no, it's 1-year lows. October 24. Thought it was 2-year lows. That chart is a short.
Remember when people were taking out loans for MSTY? Freaking crazy.
Remember when people were taking out loans to buy Bitcoin? 120. You know that
is a no yawn zone. Is now moving
Sorry.
on. I like that when Casey does his weekend streams, he's got nothing on in the background. You can see everything. I do like this better, but
Oh, that's because it's dark in my office, so I turn my Casey Trey's light on.
gotcha. It's a little sneak peeky.
And I'm using my OBS setup instead of just restream.
And we should do a setup tour for yourself. Let's see. What are people? Well, you're short or long?
I just added one.
We're about to hit it.
I am worried. I am worried that this is going to go fill this gap on SPX though. But I have 3 MNQs at 100. We'll see. Do something like that. I really don't have a stop in mind on this because it's small size.
Almost there.
SPX can go a lot lower if it doesn't bounce here. It can go fill its gap. It's another 20 points down on SPX.
We should about hit minus 2% on SPY here soon.
We just hit 2%. It just went through 2% on QQQ. This is the let's see. The IB extension, one standard deviation is at 57. You need some kind of like capitulatory dive here. AMD just made a new low of day. Tesla's close to filling the gap. I'm planning to hold these 3 MNQs for a while if I can this afternoon. They spelled cooked wrong. When the White House tweeted, "We're so back."
What did they?
Said, we're so. Dude, how funny would it be if that intern like quote tweeted and said, "We're so cooked."
That would. They should have. They should have done it.
Nice shorts, Skylar.
I have a little bit of money in the account to buy a single stock or two. I did buy a little bit more Amcor this morning.
After going through some of my watch list, I don't really want to buy anything.
He's right there. How do you hit the floor? Nancy
This
says
may
she
just
wants to see April lows. I mean,
April lows.
April
What?
lows. Jesus Christ.
Maybe the
listen,
wildest thing I've
if we're
heard.
seeing April lows, I'm guessing a couple of you guys are going to need prop firm codes. Use code Wolf X at Apex.
Where's October lows?
I want to try the long here in a second. I'm just watching this the SPX gap fill. It's like, do they just leave it if they bounce it here, or will they fill it?
They bounce and hold over 750 maybe, but I don't think. Yeah, this closed underneath. I think they're gonna go fill it.
I have a lot of reasons to look for longs right here. Oh. And technically, I should not.
Nvidia just hit my level. I've been waiting on Nvidia to hit this 185 all day, or 184. What do I have it drawn at? 184.54. We just hit it. I don't know. This does not look like a market ready to bounce unless it holds. You could hold this one extension right here.
What's the saying? No risk, no Rari.
Yeah, you haven't seen the capitulatory flush yet. This may accelerate now.
I mean,
on
we got
SPX.
still about $13 more on SPX for potential downside. There's my level on SPY. So SPX 6820s for tomorrow right now. We're at 550.
I feel like you could get a flush here and then it snap back. October NFP, even though we didn't get October NFP. Frank did mention that earlier, though. What if, Nancy, how about this? What if they start rebounding and run up to NVIDIA earnings and then sell that news? Just one up to your theory. Bears are dead, Jahan. I'll add one more. Dude, what if we go to 950? Oh, man.
Pepsi new high day.
SPX6 gross.
Oh, KO new high day. Pre-market high test coming up.
We might go down another 100 points.
Let's just try him.
Apple new lows. Where's Rivian? Yeah. Previous day low, baby. Oh boy. Ooh, we got a friend of the show joining us. What's up, Mike?
How are you? Hear me?
Yeah, we got you. What's going on?
Well, isn't it? It's a pretty wild day.
Oh, it's a wild day. Things are getting hit.
Yeah, we got a lot going on. I was just, I'm not sure what time this thing was supposed to begin. I literally saw the link. I've been dealing with some guys on the trading side, see what kind of stuff that they were moving around.
I figured today might have been a busy day for you.
It's yeah, there's a lot going on, and actually I got CNBC coming up this afternoon, so I have to do a little preparation for that. Probably won't be showing up in this for CNBC, but yeah. I think the last time you had me on, I haven't. This is the first time I've ever done one of these via video. Is this on X? What's the story with this? Where does this?
It's
go?
on X and YouTube, so
Yeah,
we're streaming to both.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I think the last time I was on, I just talked about sort of weakness we've been seeing in the crypto complex and how just as long as it stayed below its long-term average, it's just hard to get bullish. But yeah, it's playing out in real time now. Within the last couple of days, I think since the election, since November 2024, this was something I was just looking at. I actually have it on my screen at the moment. If you go back to November 5th and take a look at gold versus Bitcoin, they came close, in the tariff tantrum that we had back in April, post-Liberation Day. But gold's now outperforming by about 9.1% or so as I speak to you. Just kind of interesting too.
Yeah, we're watching this gap on the SPX is almost filling here, but yeah, gold. Gold was getting a little bit hit today, but gold's still.
It's rebounding pretty nice.
I mean, I'm just sort of looking at the relative performance of gold versus Bitcoin since. Let's see, what is this date right here? We're looking at basically the end of October, the 29th or so. Or maybe just a couple days prior. You could look back to, last week of October, but it's been pretty profound, the difference in performance there.
I don't feel like I see a lot of people running to sell their long-term positions today, which I think is a good thing. I also don't think it's a quick buy the dip though right now, Michael Coe. I don't know how you're feeling about this intraday price action and how that's affecting you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it isn't prompting me to reach out there myself. I do know that the traders have been really active. I have to let's take a look at what kind of stuff is going on. I mean, obviously we have a number of funds. Some of them have to be just repositioned as a function of creations and redemptions, expirations, and things like that. There has been a little bit of a move, it seems, towards maybe slightly lower beta names in funds like Alti, which I think people are going to see tomorrow. Because a couple of those constituents, I mean, they just got annihilated in recent days.
We were looking at the MSTR chart earlier, and it just looks
like grim
just
death.
awful. Yeah, just
It's looking rough.
Yeah, I saw
52-week lows.
Yeah, so somebody I saw somebody publish a number. I have interest in MSTR just as sort of a levered long play. Once it gets down a little bit closer to book, somebody published that it got to book. It did not. The reason that they think that is because they're looking at the market capitalization relative to the holdings. So just to keep the math easy, we'll call Bitcoin 100,000, 640,000 of them, $64 billion, and a market cap of whatever, $62 billion. But of the preferreds and debt that they have on their balance sheet, safely $10 billion is convertible. So we can kind of think of, if you look at it on a fully diluted basis, I would say that puts us at about 1.18. Well, round numbers, it's easier, 1.2 times. So it's not quite there yet, but at a certain point, I think it does become interesting as a way to play for potential rebound in Bitcoin on a relative basis. For me, I was thinking I was going to start dipping my toe in when that number gets to about 1.1 times, which is, like I indicated here, probably about another 10% lower relative to Bitcoin. Before you start to find that one interesting. But I mean, you're catching a falling knife. I mean, Bitcoin's support level is what, 70,000?
So that's what me and Em have been looking at.
All I really have is like 94. There's a point of control at 96 on the volume shelf, but 94 is like a golden retrace too, and it matches a bunch of lows from back earlier, beginning of this year, end of last year. But I don't really have true support until
for me, like
retrace, huh?
I'm looking at a weekly on Bitcoin.
You guys are so fancy.
Yeah, I have a spot at this 98.
I just look at long-term trend lines, so I was just looking at like a long-term weekly.
There is a trend support. If you look at, so there's lows from August and September of last year, from April. We're about to come into that trend line right at 97. That one's actually getting really close. I've got that on the chart here. If that breaks, though, that's where I think we really can start accelerating down.
I have us taken out those June lows on the month, on that monthly candle for Bitcoin. So I mean, this 98.2 to 95.9, that's a whole area in which I could see bulls try and step in. So I wouldn't be shocked if we see a bounce from this area. But overall, going into next year, I want to see a retest of this year's lows, to be honest, which would be that kind of 74.5 area.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a little bit of support here. Just taking out those monthly lows. If we want to sweep those and bulls get in, that looks enticing for bulls and they want to buy that up, I wouldn't be surprised. We just actually tapped into that for the first time ever a few minutes ago. So we'll see if we get a reaction out of there. But to be honest, I mean, going into next year, I'm a little more bearish on Bitcoin just to this year's lows.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of my thinking as well. One of the interesting dynamics that has changed here is that if you go back a few years, the market participants in Bitcoin were much more accustomed to these degrees of volatility. It was the nature of the beast, if you will. As it became more mainstream, you started drawing other folks in who are probably a lot less accustomed to this. Or some late stage institutional adoption by folks who just can't stomach the volatility, or they weight their portfolios on a risk basis. So if you are one of those, like you take some kind of a risk matching or risk balanced approach, you have to reduce allocations to assets when their volatility starts moving up sharply. Just because you are trying to sort of maintain that balance. It's a functional thing. It's not even a psychological one. So it's one of the reasons why, it's hard for me to think that it makes any sense to, whatever your long-term view on it is, and my long-term view on crypto has I'm on the record as having said that I'm bullish in the long term. But just knowing how those investors are likely to respond and react, it's not encouraging to try to reach out and grab that falling knife right now.
Yeah, agreed. Gosh.
Yeah, it is
Well, earnings
different.
are
And like,
coming
I
up.
think about like portfolio managers, and Mike, you probably know this a little bit better than I do, but if your generic portfolio, if they're saying, okay, well, maybe crypto risk assets like that have a 1% or 2% allocation spot in your portfolio. If you went up and Bitcoin went up to 3, 4, or 5% of your portfolio, you probably sold it back down to there, right? And then on the downside, if it gets back below that number, they'll probably say, okay, well, maybe it's time to buy some more back in. I think Bitcoin's price probably does stabilize a lot more.
Yeah. So the point I was making actually is related, but it's not the same as that, which is that how much you elect to allocate as a percentage of a portfolio to an asset class is partially going to be a function of the risk associated with the volatility of that asset class. Because some folks are trying to achieve some degree of risk parity. So, for example, let's say I bought a 2% allocation to Bitcoin and it rallies to 5%. Do I sell it back down to 2? Not necessarily. Not if the volatility of that asset class has compressed as at the same time that you started to see
Right.
price appreciation. Because in terms of the risk contribution to the overall portfolio, it might not actually have increased as the price of the underlying asset increased. There's something else also, which is that it may or may not have close correlation with some of the other things that are in your book. So it might, if it's anti-correlated, so it's risk mitigating, that can also, allow you to have larger percentages, because as you take a look at the VAR of the entire portfolio, that actually hasn't increased, even though that asset has. But if you get into a severe risk-off environment and you start to see correlations rise and you start to see volatility rise in pieces of the book, then even as the price falls, instead of adding to it, you hold steady or you sell, simply because you can't stomach the incremental risk that it's now adding. So at a high level, what you're saying is right, which is if you think about a simple equity portfolio and you say, okay, I'll just use our old one from 20 years ago, like Ivory days. We had to allocate at least 50 basis points of the overall fund to any individual constituent. The logic of that was that they didn't want people getting distracted by positions that weren't going to have a meaningful impact. And at the same time, we were not supposed to have allocations to any one constituent of the portfolio that was greater than 5%. That was later amended to 7.5%. But when we were looking at the overall risk, and how it, the people who are just focusing on the risk component, they're going to start looking at these things independently and say, okay, well, here's the aspects of this that we don't like in the current environment. And if correlations start to rise and volatility starts to rise, you don't really get a lot of leeway to start adding.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I start to think about it, but I do just Bitcoin. I think is a much different dynamic now than it was, like you were saying, a few years ago. But I don't know. It's still a very interesting scenario right now. I do still think it's very much risk on, and I think the risk on barometer is still there pretty solidly, and I don't like what it's doing right now when I compare that to the rest of the market.
Yeah, I mean, so just, and who knows, people draw the lines however they want to. The ones that, what was the long-term trend that I happen to be looking at? It was just a 50-week moving average. We've bumped against that a couple of times, or on an intra-week basis, maybe we've punched through it previously, but we're well through it now.
Yeah, I've got that. Here, let me turn off drawings here. That orange line right here is 50-week.
Yeah,
and that's
so
so you're punching through pretty hard.
Yeah, it we punched through that to the upside in first quarter of 2023. We haven't violated that uptrend at the end of a week once since until now.
Yeah, since a couple years ago, really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a pretty similar look to this when you caught it here and then punched through it. Maybe get a back test before it really falls. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see what happens there. But I like that. I did. I want everyone to make sure you see Michael Coe's profile right here. Make sure you give him a follow. Check him out. He's on. You're all over the place. I see you all over the place now. I remember when we were out there at the NASDAQ, we saw you sitting behind the desk on the CNBC set that day.
Yeah, I'm on Fast Money for the full hour later today.
There you go. What time does that start?
5 o'clock Eastern.
5 Eastern.
Yeah.
That's money. All right. Well, we'll get to watch some earnings, and then I'll get to turn that on my TV. Check you out over there. Is there anything? So, like, what about the froth in some of these names? So, obviously, a lot of these retail favorite names, Hood, Palantir, and some of these other, like Nebius, some of these other names that have really run, some of the thematic names as well. Do you have any thoughts about just the froth getting taken out of some of these names? I mean, I look at a weekly chart on Hood, and it's starting to look a little bit concerning, but I mean, 20-week moving average catching up to it here. Palantir still above a 20-week moving average. I mean, not like crazy, but maybe they're just so extended. This froth coming out's good. But what's your take on, if somebody's looking at these saying, I want to get in some of these or I want to buy this dip? Is it, I mean, obviously no financial advice or anything, but just what's your take around some of these frothier names in the market that retail loves?
I think it's not unexpected. I think it's healthy. I think it is unlikely that we get the same kind of test to equities generally that we saw in the tariff tantrum. If you take a look at the history, it's pretty rare to see. Now, we didn't actually get into a functional bear market at that time, although we did get into one on an intraday basis. I think on a closing basis, what was the tariff, whatever we want to call it, post-Liberation Day tariff tantrum, I think we got 19.5% peak to trough on a closing basis. I think we could potentially be overdue for a correction, a formal correction, which is, call it a 10% decline. But I don't expect us to have a drawdown that large. And I think that's because people have been well trained at this point to buy the dip, and they're waiting for opportunities. And in a lot of these cases, it's pretty tough to chase some of these things. So, the only observation I would also make, though, is that I always watch with some caution. I mentioned that personally I'm not adding today. And what is the reason? What was my previous experience that sort of gets me to avoid that situation? And that is that one of the things I've observed in other, if we'll call them frothy markets or outright bubbles, TechRec was a bubble, and I was in the business at that time. It's not like any of us doubted for a moment that there were a lot of stocks that were grossly overvalued in 98, 99, and so on. It was not until the latter stages of that you started to get these kind of breathtaking price discontinuity. So what I'm referring to there are jumps, like a jump process, and equity prices started to emerge where we would see 10% swings in Cisco, which was the poster child of the day. And that really sort of gave us a clue that maybe the things were finally going to break. So that's the thing I would keep an eye on, is if you start seeing really disorderly pricing, and that could go in both directions. It did. We had a couple sort of breathtaking gaps where, suddenly the air fell out of the market and we got a big dip down. And then the next day, the things would be up 7-8%. But those price jumps aren't particularly healthy. And that was in the Ciscos of the world. Palantir, some of these really high flying names, some of that stuff is a little bit more expected. But if you start, NVIDIA, for example, if we are to believe the financial backstory for that, it's not like it's expensive. It's a valuable company, but it's not in a bubble, right? It's not obscenely valued. But if you start to see something like that behave, with those kinds of severe price jumps and gaps, between opens and closes. That would get me a lot more concerned that, you know, what we have here could turn into something more severe, but I don't see that yet.
Yeah, it's always the question that we we go to some of these more veteran, experienced guys on is like what's similar. Obviously, there's similarities, but it seems like there's a lot of differences too. I hear both of those points made quite often about, obviously we do have pre-revenue companies again, but back then there was a ton of pre-revenue companies. This time there's real revenues behind a lot of these companies, but it's still, the valuations are insane. And it just seems like the volatility, the jumping around that you just mentioned kind of makes sense, because I think people are probably struggling to put valuations on some of this. What is AI actually going to be valued at for a lot of these companies? The spend is there, obviously, but the rate of return, what it's going to save them, what it's going to make them. I see analysts kind of all over the place on trying to evaluate what that's actually worth. That makes sense too, right? With the jumping around of things.
Well, yeah. Well, let's take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the poster child for this market in the same way that Cisco was for the last one. And NVIDIA's valuation is nothing like Cisco's was. Now, one of the things I would say about Cisco, which may or may not be true in NVIDIA's case, but if you take a look at, what do we have for next year's estimated earnings, which are probably, those aren't going to fall apart. Commitments for CapEx from the hyperscalers are essentially made already. So we're looking at 672 adjusted. It's nearly 50% year-on-year growth. That's 27.4 times forward earnings. I mean, Cisco was north of 80. So it's not really comparable. I think actually at one point it was in the triple digits. Now let's talk about the companies getting a return on their investment, like Meta, for example. Meta has had false starts in the past where they've decided that they were going to invest considerably in what they thought was going to be the next big thing, and it turned out not to be at all. The metaverse was probably a really good example of this. So the counterpoint I would offer for investors who are severely concerned about that, is it possible that they're going to do 72 billion in CapEx next year, which I think, that's now become sort of the low end of the forecast, and then it comes for naught. Let's say that that's the case, just for the sake of argument. Let's just assume that Meta decides that they're going to invest $70 billion into data centers, and that's just a complete waste. It goes nowhere. Okay. The company is going to make $82 billion in net income next year. So that mistake would represent, little over 80% of 1 year's net income. Can they afford to make a mistake like that? They can. I mean, it would obviously be a big hit, but this is a $1.5 trillion business. So if you make a $70 billion mistake, we think of that as being monumental, but you have to remember the size and scale of these businesses. 20 billion is probably the run rate CapEx that they should have in any case. So maybe we'll call it 80. We'll say it's all of next year's net income, just back of the napkin.
Yeah.
Is that a disaster to lose 80 billion? Of course it is. But is it disastrous for Meta as a company? Not necessarily. And the other interesting thing that has occurred to me, which is that one of the reasons all of these businesses are engaged in a spend is largely because of their relative position. Right? So you can't afford not to make the investment, because if it pays off, do they give it up all to Alphabet? Do they give it all up to?
Yeah, if you get left, the bigger danger is getting left behind. I think Zuckerberg even said that one day.
Exactly. So that's the game they're all playing as well. So let's assume that it's all a big waste. And, it all turns out to be Metaverse 2.0. Never should have done it. Well, that means that the same investment that they're making, good or bad, is going to have an impact similar to that experienced by their competitors. Now, this kind of groupthink isn't great in one sense. It's like when car companies all think that fins are a great idea, and so they all slap fins on their cars. Next thing you know, it's like that's ridiculous. You have to go to the late 1960s, and they said, okay, we want everything to look like the new Lincoln Continental. It's streamlined, and those fins are anachronistic and stupid. But the truth is that as long as they're not losing too much ground relative to each other, these are setbacks that these are setbacks these companies in particular can weather. Just because of the nature of their profitability. NVIDIA, on the other hand, so that's the interesting thing here, is that if you look at NVIDIA in that context, so let's fast forward the clock. Let's go ahead by 18 months or so, and suddenly there's an epiphany, and people think that their approach to this is all wrong. What is the impact going to be on all the companies, the hyperscalers that are making $400 to $500 billion worth of net investment next year? Well, that's going to be a mistake, but they'll be able to live and survive past it. They don't, they're going to fall back to whatever their run rate business was prior to all this. The same cannot be said for NVIDIA. Because their whole fortunes are largely based on this massive
on the massive spend, right?
So they have more risk to this than, this is just my 2 cents. I think they have more risk to this than any of the aforementioned businesses do if this proves to be a false promise. If this is just a vision, what do you call it when people see an oasis in the desert and it's just a vision?
Mirage.
A mirage, yeah.
Yeah, well, and so NVIDIA, I guess their only hope is that the technology will keep advancing so that people keep having to upgrade. I mean, or get people addicted enough. I mean, I don't see where maybe some type of competitor catches up at some point. I know they're supposedly 8 to 10 years ahead of everyone, but it seems like over the next few years, somebody will catch up and maybe have some type of competitive product. And then obviously as the technology, continues, sure, like you may have some of these companies upgrading, but it seems like the spend at the levels it's at now, it's not sustainable for a long period of time.
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling that, well, certainly the growth in spend is not sustainable because that's just a mathematical impossibility.
Right.
Basically, you overtake the entire economy in very short order at the pace of growth that we've experienced. So we know that's not going to happen because it's impossible. It's mathematically impossible. With respect to your other point, just again, my own take on it, which is that NVIDIA is not going to own this space forever because this is also a cycle that we've seen every single time. Somebody comes up with something, they own the space for some length of time, and everybody says they're too far ahead. No one will ever catch up. There is some fairness in suggesting that you build out to a technology stack and you don't pivot it on a dime once you've built to it, which means that you also have a little bit of a moat. Not a huge one, but you have a moat too. So you have a lead and a moat. But that doesn't last forever. It never has, and it's not going to this time either. And of course, we're still waiting for quantum. And, depending on whose forecast you look at for quantum, that's, late 2029, early 2030s, when people think that that's going to be, usable. That's going to be a sea change. And the interesting thing is that, and this is probably more in support of Broadcom and AMD in some respects, ASML, maybe Teal's startup to compete with them, Taiwan Semi, that quantum still does depend on some conventional chips as well. So when I think about...
That's what Lisa Su is arguing too, right? Lisa Su is making that argument that you need CPU and GPU.
Lisa Su always says that you need AMD stuff. No matter what.
That's very fair. That's very fair. And
she would
rightfully so, I guess. That's her job.
She would say if we were going back to the Stone Ages that we would still need AMD chips.
Of course. Of course.
My observation about the way she talks, it's like every single time the stock pops after she says something bullish about the prospects for their business, I laugh a little bit just because it's the same the same refrain,
Same rhetoric,
whatever
yeah.
the most recent theme is. It's like,
Yeah.
Which good. I mean,
I guess that's what a CEO should do. I guess in some
evangelist
cases.
for her own business. Good for her. She should be. So is Elon. So are a lot of these folks. I would argue all the best ones were. So she has nothing to apologize for. But it is true that I was at a conference not too long ago, and that was one of the things that was discussed, is that there is some legacy technology that exists in quantum as well. So I would expect that. I would therefore think that the biggest winner in the current environment would turn into very likely, if they're not in on it, the biggest loser. And so that would have to be the NVIDIAs of the world on a relative basis once quantum comes to the fore. So, yeah. I mean, I guess the overall point, though, that I'm making here is that if these companies are making a huge mistake with this investment, that it will not actually, they won't get the kind of return on investment that they hope that they will. These are digestible errors. Actually, one interesting thing, because I did mention this, I was talking about Meta, is that this is the first time ever that Meta's had CDS trade on it, because they actually have net debt for the first time as a publicly traded company.
Really?
Yeah. So
net debt. Wow.
$8 billion in net debt at this point. They sold some bonds. It was massively oversubscribed. I think 5 or 10 year CDS is trading at 45 basis points. So not a huge credit risk, but it's interesting, right? That you have a company that has always thrown off massive amounts of free cash flow, and it actually has net debt now.
Fun fact of the day. I didn't know that. That's really interesting around Meta. You mentioned Cisco earlier, and just Cisco almost back to its highs from back when you were talking about back in March. What was it? March. This is insane.
It's a monster move.
We're almost back. It's been 25 years. Cisco hasn't seen these highs since Jordan was born.
Seriously.
So I have a story to tell about this, because Cisco was the name that I was most concerned about at that time. One of the reasons was that my dad was invested in the company. My dad was just an orthodontist. He lived in New England, and I remember, I called him up and I said, you really need to think about ditching Cisco. This is just you shouldn't own it. It's just way too expensive. And, I was just a kid, though. I had only just started working, 20-something years old. What the hell do I know versus his stockbroker or whoever the hell it was that he was listening to and had been listening to for the prior 30 years. And my brother and I got in the car and we drove from New York to New Hampshire, where my parents live. And I walked into the kitchen and I took my shoe off and I started pounding it on the counter. I was like, just so you will never forget this moment, I am telling you, you've got to ditch Cisco. You have to sell this fucking stock. And I said, let me just give you a sense of how overpriced Cisco is. Because they were in a really small town in New Hampshire. My dad had a small orthodontic practice. I said, if your practice was valued the way Cisco is, your practice would be worth $265 million.
Oh my God.
That's insane.
That's that sobering math that comes
Yeah.
out.
Like,
$265 million. And you only go to the office 3.5 days a week.
Exactly, yeah.
You fly fishing the rest of the time. How is that possible? It's like, this is ridiculous.
That is crazy. Wow.
I didn't realize it was right back to that price. Isn't that amazing? That's amazing.
Yeah, we got the earnings pop yesterday. Almost took us there. Like 82 was the previous all-time high, and we hit 79.5 on this high.
We're right
at the open today.
Quarterly highs, actually. So that when it hit its highs at that time,
Yeah, there you
So
go.
right
There's your
now, essentially at the quarterly high for that.
there's that quarterly candle right there. That's wild. The other one I think about. I'm curious if you have a take on IBM. I've been asking a few people about this. IBM was one that wasn't really on my list until recently. Their last earnings call, I didn't get to listen to all of it, but I actually went through the transcript because people keep talking about quantum, and these Rigetti and IONQ and all these pre-revenue companies trying to work on it. But I'm hearing from other people, hey, Google and IBM are the real quantum players here. And I was like, okay, let me just dive in a little bit. I look at IBM. Nobody talks about IBM in the AI trade, at least not around many of our circles.
Have you
But
seen,
IBM works.
Have you seen the quantum machine that they put together?
Yes, so that's one thing I dove in. I saw that they're working on quantum. They're actually partnering with
That looks
AMD
really
working
cool.
on it.
I mean, it looks like sculpture, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy. I thought it was like, when I first turned the video on, I thought there was like some kind of fish tank or something at their headquarters. I was like, this is wild looking.
Look at the thing that they put together. It is 100% science fiction looking. You look at that thing and you're like, is that really some kind of a computer? Honestly, yeah, no, when I mentioned that conference that I went to recently, where they were talking about quantum, that was one of the things that they were showing us was the IBM quantum machine. So yeah, it's hard to know what's at the forefront. I don't also know. I'm very curious to know where the Chinese are at this, because one of the things that happened in the quantum space, there was a lot of collaboration amongst quantum computer scientists around the world. Oh yeah, here we go. See? So for people who are interested, I mean, look at that. I mean, does that not look like it comes out of a science fiction movie?
That looks alien.
Right?
It's wild.
So a lot of the computer scientists who specialize in quantum collaborated around the world, and that's not uncommon in academia. Now, China supposedly has a city that they've built specifically for the advancement of their quantum research. Now, according to the people that were speaking at the thing I went to, they've gone all quiet. Suddenly, U.S. researchers can't get in touch with their counterparts in China that they used to chat with all the time. There are various theories as to why this might be true. Oops, hang on one second. I apologize. It looks like I'm being asked something by the traders here. What is this?
You're good. Business is always first. We're all traders here. Like we trail off mid sentence all the time when like all of a sudden we hear order fill or something across the screen. This is a normal part of these combos.
Yeah.
Still trying to cruise lower amp too. A little consolidation there.
I've got too many chats. I don't know which one popped up.
I know the feeling. Oh my god!
The only reason I looked at it was because a ticker was in it. I just saw it in the corner of my eye. I was like, somebody's asking me about Tesla right now, and I don't know.
Tesla's about to fill a gap on the daily, down to 195.
Just gonna quickly see, do we have something working?
I actually just we got within about $1 of that. Right on the top of that day, but the close to close gap, it's like right there. Actually, yeah, it's right there.
So it does look like we have some stuff working in here. That I'm not going to be able to share with you guys.
That is completely fine.
All right, so if my phone starts ringing, that's probably the answer.
Oh yeah, we're still heading a little bit lower. Still haven't filled this gap on the SPX yet. Now, I asked about IBM because I never hear people talk about IBM and AI, but I look and IBM's partnered with every AI out there, from Anthropic to CoreWeave to Grok, everyone. They're working with everyone in AI, and nobody ever talks about IBM. And then I look at an IBM chart, and on the earnings the other day, We put in IBM instead of IMB. Shot down to the 50-day and got bought up immediately because I was like, this is the day after the earnings. I was going through that report and I'm like, wait a second, they're doing all this stuff with AI, they're doing all this stuff with quantum. Why is the stock getting beat up? And then of course you see apparently somebody else started reading that same stuff I was reading, and I just jumped in. I don't have high level analysis on it, but then the chart.
Yeah,
This is
it's
a nice
interesting.
trend.
If you think about this, you've got is moribund the right word to describe IBM's business over the course of the last couple of years? It might be a little unfair, but not very. The street's expectations right now for growth over the course of the next 18 months or so are not ambitious, and it's trading at 25 times, which means that you're effectively, this is my way of looking at it, you're kind of getting a business that's growing just a little slower than the S&P, but at about an S&P like multiple, but it has that call option that maybe that quantum piece, for example, actually does turn into something and pay off a bit. So to me, I think that's actually fair. And this was, not a company I was enamored of at all, because I used to think of it kind of the way I thought about Boeing when all of the MBAs took over from the engineers, and the same thing at Intel, that they had just lost their way. But, if they are basically participating in what will be the next big thing, and you still have a relatively stable business built in, that's not terrible. It would normally not have been on my radar, though, too much, because I don't know how many people who are listening or watching right now know this, but I have sort of a general attitude about picking stocks on the long side, which is that as I screen for things, if you are not growing your revenues faster than the S&P is, if you're not growing adjusted EPS faster than the S&P is, I just don't care. Because there's too many stocks out there, there's too many things to worry about, and the S&P
things that are.
the S&P grows at 2 times GDP on the top line and probably 2.5 to 3 on the bottom. So what is the point of trying to screw around with businesses that aren't liable to exceed that? What you're gonna go start hunting for value traps? I mean, what's the exercise? I don't see the point in it. And that's partially because there are limitations to everybody's bandwidth. I certainly have plenty of limitations to mine. So I'm not really that interested in stocks that are trading, call it 8 times earnings, that are maybe worth 12 or 13, right? I'm interested in if I'm going to look for a company, it might as well be something that I think is going to actually make its way to the top of the S&P someday. That's kind of the way to look.
I like that. I think that's a good. I think that's a good general rule for pretty much anyone, and a lot of people like that. You hear people looking for value, you hear people looking for growth, and I feel like there's got to be a kind of a happy medium in there somewhere, to where you can find something that's not crazy overvalued, but still showing growth year over year. That seems like the sweet spot you're kind of mentioning.
Yeah, what are some examples where you start to wonder whether they've just come a little bit too far too fast? One of them got pretty hard hit today, SoFi, for example, which they're doing a lot of things right. Respect that. Hood also growing at a good rate, but I still have to say to myself, okay, is this something that's really super game changing, or are they just a better iteration of a bank and a financial institution? And 50, 55 times earnings when the money centers are trading at 12.5 to 15 times. So you're trading at twice the S&P's multiple when most other financials are trading at half. And the reason you look at it is because it's growing. So you could say within the financial bucket, okay, I like that one a little bit better. But
how different are they than your traditional banks, and how easy would it be for those banks to catch up? That would be my question too.
Yeah, well, the traditional banks can't catch up to their growth, but
the market share loss.
Right, but they can do the same things. And that's why I look at something like SoFi and I think like, you know. Now, I will also say I was at the Hood Summit. That was not that long ago. Was it like 2-3 months ago or something like that? And one of the things I did observe, and that, you know, reminds you why you care about some of these companies, is that they really are pushing to innovate. They are really trying to respond to what people need, what they want, and trying to adapt them, and then also come up with their own cool features. And you just don't see that in older businesses. It's kind of why you just get this constant churn of, you know, new companies replacing old ones, even in industries that are relatively mature. Shouldn't happen. You would think that the company that's already got the customers, that already has the resources, would get into the lead and stay there, but it just doesn't happen. And then you go and you know, go to the Hood Summit and you see the CEO doing deadlifts on the stage or whatever the hell he's up to, and seriously racing cars, and they're rolling, and they just have a bunch of really eager, enthusiastic, hardworking developers and quants who have been given a license, and not only just a license, a mandate. Go out and build something cool, build something that nobody else has seen, build it better and faster than everybody else is doing it. And that culture in a business definitely creates outsized growth, and is the reason that others atrophy and they take over. And I could kind of sense it. So I had and have a bit of enthusiasm for Hood because I see that, and so I have to really keep myself in check in cases like that, because sometimes I also start drinking the Kool-Aid. It's one of the reasons why sometimes going to those events isn't that helpful, because you end up
you get a little too convinced, a little too excited.
Yeah, I mean, and that has absolutely happened. Well, the worst investments I've ever made in my life were privates in the VC space, because I did exactly that. You know, if you're the kind of guy like me who's always thinking like, okay, things are going to innovate, they're going to change the world, it's very easy to get sucked into that when you think, well, this is really a great and exciting new idea. I've made some investments, private investments in the AI space, that were more disastrous than any of my public investments have been good. In fact, I was actually just telling one of my younger colleagues today, because he's always looking for tips, and I said, you can educate yourself in the public markets and the secondary markets, because you can always correct your mistakes, pivot on a dime to say, that was a shitty idea, I'm just going to blow that out. But in the private world, it's not like that. In the private world, you actually really have to understand contracts. Suddenly you can find yourself with complexities associated with just the paperwork that you sign to make an investment. And once you're in it, boy, you are stuck. And what's worse is that if the capital dries up for a private business, who are they going to turn to? It's the same.
Right.
They're coming back.
Coming back to ask you for more.
And then you're sitting there saying, how much I really believed in this idea. And then you're thinking it's going to die if I don't put more money into it. And I've had at least 2 go down the crapper, having dipped into my well at least 3 times. And you would never do that. And the funny thing is, it's only with the benefit of hindsight that I was like, I never would have done that with a stock. That's not how you operate. If you're trading and you have an idea and it rolls over and it goes below its trend, and all your original theses for getting into it, which is large, a lot of that is also price action too. When it starts to roll over, you're like, to hell with this. You know what? Maybe it'll rebound. I'll wait till it starts to. And so you blow it out and you wait to play another day. But in the privates, boy, you can't do that.
Boy, easier said than done. Even on that first piece there, letting go of a position and revisiting. But yeah, in the private sector, it's like throw it at 10.
I think that's somewhat true. I think it was harder for me originally, but a couple of the traders that I really looked up to when I first got started in the business, they really were unemotional. I mean, almost creepily unemotional. I think one of them actually kind of was like Asperger's. He did not. It just didn't faze him.
Didn't faze him at all.
Nope.
Well, that's a good. I don't want
It's
to
a
call
good
that a
trait
problem.
to have, though,
That's a
for
good
trading.
trait. Yeah, that's the word. A trait to have is to be able to turn that emotional filter off. How much do you look at the like leadership when you look at investments companies? How much do you look at founder led is one that a lot of people talk about all the time. But then what you're hitting on there, an exuberant team, teams that are doing stuff. I think about Palantir a lot. Alex Karp is this big, big personality guy. Sometimes some people love it, some people hate it, but they have merchandise out there, things like that. I'm just curious, like where you fall in when you're looking at these companies, how much credence you put into it. When you look at the leadership, you look at the team and what they're doing. If something like that turns you off, but also, you don't want just a bunch of robots that are just quiet and not enthusiastic about what they're doing. Is there like, I don't know, where does that fit into the picture for you?
It doesn't turn me off because I think explosive growth probably isn't possible without that kind of almost irrational exuberance. I don't think any of the most successful businesses that are out there ever would have turned into what they did without that. And, I will actually say that one of the biggest setbacks, this goes back to the private investment, one of the companies I invested in, which was in the AI space, the technologists were all AI experts, but the CEO was a Harvard MBA. And I've like made it up in my mind. I'm never investing in another company that's run by, no offense to anybody who's on here who's, got their MBA from Harvard. But I was like, this is just dog shit. I cannot invest in a company for growth with a pencil pusher at the helm. Like you have to be, you do have to be an enthusiast, maybe a little bit nuts, to really make a difference. That's my 2 cents. So, when I say that I have enthusiasm and had enthusiasm for Hood even before I went to their Hood Summit, that was part of the reason. So, when I refer to Boeing and Intel and IBM and companies like this, what happened at Intel? Intel started getting run by MBA types, not engineers. Same thing happened at Boeing. Now, you can understand how that happened because, when you still had, Douglas Aircraft and Lockheed and Boeing as separate companies, and they were all being run by engineers. They were all trying to compete with one another and roll out a better and more compelling product. And that has both benefits and costs. Actually, it's interesting because this UPS crash, which I'm sure you guys have followed, that's an MD-11, which is the successor to the DC-10. And the DC-10 was a competitor to Boeing's own wide-body jets. Now, of course, all these companies merged, and now we don't have as much of a difference or a selection. And it was that exact fact that they all merged that resulted in my view, in the disasters with both the 737 MAX aircraft and, frankly, some of the issues that they faced with the 787. When you still had 3 large aerospace companies competing with each other domestically, the 737 MAX never would have happened. They never would have taken a 1960s aircraft. I don't know if any of you guys who are listening or watching know why the 737 MAX exists, but the 737 MAX, the one that led to the crash that had those questionable MCAS systems, that aircraft existed because one of the things they have learned over the course of time is that you can make a more efficient jet engine spin slightly slower, bigger. It's a bigger engine. So the A320, they started building something called the Neos, and they put bigger engines on it. But the A320 is higher off the ground than the 737 is. If you ever look at a 737, there's a couple things about it that are really characteristic and unique and kind of interesting about it. It has a huge vertical stabilizer relative to the size of the plane, and it sits really, really low to the ground. Because it sits really low to the ground, they couldn't fit bigger engines under it. And one of the most important things to the airlines, of course, is fuel efficiency. Fuel costs represent 25 to 40% of the operating cost of an airline. So they care a lot. Now, the other thing that they care a lot about is training. because pilot training for different types is also expensive. So what Boeing decided to do was, we're not going to clean sheet this design, which if you had 3 competing aerospace companies, absolutely would have happened. They would have done a clean sheet design and said, we're going to come up with a better plane than the 737, if they were McDonnell Douglas, for example, and better than the A320, which is Airbus's single aisle competitor. But because you had pencil pushers, they just sat there and said, okay, we're going to take a 1960s era airplane. We're going to modify this thing with a combination of pylons that push the engines further out and up. And then we'll just use a little software to handle the fact that the plane doesn't fly the way it used to. Well, we know how that turned out. Complete and utter disaster.
Disaster, yeah.
And engineers wouldn't have done that. That was engineers coming up with a solution to something that was imposed upon them by the Harvard MBA types. And so to me, that's like the worst possible thing in any kind of engineering or technology business. I absolutely love it.
That makes sense. I hadn't really thought about it that way before, that you need engineers running some of these, especially these industrial type of companies like Boeing, rather than bringing in
Intel led the way. AMD,
Yeah.
you know, who buys a computer because it says Intel inside anymore? I'm shopping around for a new machine. I want mine to have an AMD.
Agreed. I almost shy away from it if it says Intel now.
Of course. Everybody knows these things are pieces of shit.
Yeah.
So
I want NVIDIA or AMD. So,
and the thing
It's
is,
funny, I looked at my Dell laptop and it said Intel on it. And I didn't even know it had Intel. I didn't even know it was Intel, to be honest.
yeah, but
until
you
like
don't
the other
even
day.
want Intel in it. The thing is that the more savvy, and the thing is, who are the customers that matter to you most? It's the savviest ones. If somebody does not care what it is, you're not going to make your margin doing that. That's the low margin business. The high margin business comes from building the best product for the people who do care and are willing to pay up for it. And I think that's what I think that's what the bureaucrats sometimes lose. So I'm a big seller when that happens. But of course, once burned, twice shy. So I have been burned by that on the private side quite badly. So I have like a strict aversion to it. It's like if you eat something when you're a baby, makes you sick, for the rest of your life, you hate it. You don't even know why.
Yeah. It's just that it's like forever ingrained in there. I saw Evan pop up here with us. Evan, I know you missed, maybe you got to watch some of the conversation, but I don't know if there's anything you wanted to throw while we have Mike on here. Are you going to watch Fast Money this afternoon, Evan? We're going to watch Michael on there.
Hey, listen, I always got it on the TV. I appreciate you for letting me join in and hang out. And I always enjoy Michael on the spaces each week. And it's cool we get a special second appearance from him. Get to see you too. How we doing, sir?
Yeah, I mean, I would have, I'd have dressed up if I'd remembered if I'd been keeping track of my calendar. All of a sudden, I looked at this thing. I was like, wait a minute, I'm supposed to join this. So I just turned it on.
Looks like you got a
So
nice
this is
little
what
desk behind you.
when I'm sitting at my desk and I'm not on TV, this is what I actually look like. Half the time, I'm also wearing a baseball cap. I got a lot of screens around and a big thing of coffee, and that's pretty much it. I sit here before the sun comes up, and I hang out here until everything goes dark at the end of the trading day, and that's that.
Oh, that sounds familiar.
I got myself a yield.
I mean, you guys are doing this the same as me, so nobody cares what you look like at your desk.
I got myself one of these Yield Max hats, and I know there's a bunch of different tickers on it. The one that mine says is Ulti, just so we're all on the same page. I don't know what it means, but I put it on just now, so maybe the
I
market.
still got my Magic 8 Ball.
Still got my Magic 8 Ball as well. That's all I'm saying. This is it's a little bit of a red day for certain things.
I didn't have that Magic 8 Ball any longer than when it got handed to me. They handed me the Magic 8 Ball. The thing's filled with liquid. I was like, I'm about to get on a plane and go back to San Francisco. What am I supposed to do with this?
They somehow let me take it. I don't know.
What did it say, Jordan? What did it say? Did it give you Ulti?
It gave me let's see. Let's just shake her. Let's see.
I got a video of you.
Crash.
Crash.
I got Crash. That's rough.
Well,
Right,
I
that
mean,
counteracts my winter.
maybe
But
not.
I got NFLY. That's Netflix, right? Which Netflix is actually having a decent day.
Yeah.
Netflix
been bad.
is holding up here. Trying to get back into the gap fill there from the earnings.
I love me some after hours content. I feel like that's the prime time. So yeah, 5 p.m. perfect spot.
My long is I trimmed my long. I put it in the chat a while ago. I trimmed some of my long up here. Just a little recovery bounce is all I'm
Very
looking for.
nice.
See if we can get to like 135.
Do you know what I want to ask, Michael? I was on the on our show yesterday. I was asking some people what their charts kind of look like, and I'm looking at EMPs here. I'm curious of like when you're doing a chart or stuff, if there's one or two indicators that you put on first, if there's things that you use more than others. Like I've just loaded it up with everything. Now we look like we got the full nines. But I wonder what your chart ends up looking like. Simple, not one or two things, maybe, and maybe what one or two of your favorite indicators are.
Yeah. I'm about as basic as it gets, largely because I come from a background of fundamental investing. So to me, it's just longer term trend lines. I have the 50. I'll sometimes have the 50 and the 200. I will sometimes just use the 150 in lieu of both. I tend to use that same moving average, but with different periodicity, right? We were actually just talking about that, I think, when we were looking at Bitcoin. So, for example, I was looking at the 50-week, the 50-week moving average with 50-week candles, just going back for several years, and just my point about it was that to me it looked like it had actually definitively broken this time for the first time since early 2023. So we're now about 2.5 years in, and it definitely looked like it had violated that. The reason for this is that, when we came from the fundamental side, we always had a list of stocks we liked and a list of stocks we didn't like. That is because we ran a long short book. And on the option side, when I was at Gateway and Bluefin, we were very model driven. That is to say that every security we traded had a theoretical value. And if it was below that value, you would buy it. If it was above it, you would sell it. But on the fundamental side, the one other thing we wanted was at least some momentum. It's fine to say, okay, I think this company is cheap, but you want others to recognize that too. And to do that, you needed to see some money flows. And so for that, we use long-term trend lines. So really pretty basic stuff. We would report the financials, the pro formas of a business. We would meet with management. But at the end of the day, if you looked at my chart, I GPC in Bloomberg, and I've got a 50 and a 200 on there. And I really don't look at that much else. I will. So I don't know what application you happen to be using. Obviously, I've been using Bloomberg pretty much my whole professional life. Even since before it was something that you had on your own PC. It was like literally a standalone terminal. So I do look at other technical indicators from time to time on a security-specific basis, but I don't apply them universally. And this came up today. One of the traders popped into the chat that they were looking, I think, at Oracle, and they mentioned RSI. I was like, RSI? Like, really? So I was like, well, does RSI have any bearing on, is there any reason to believe for a moment that RSI is a good technical indicator in general, or in Oracle? So I'm able very quickly to see, for example, that RSI is, if people use RSI as a contrary indicator, so oversold, overbought, actually, if you go back and look at the entire Russell 1000 over the course of the last year, higher RSI was typically related. It's a good factor in short-term forecasting for stock performance in the future, which is contrary to the way somebody who uses RSI would think about it. And if you used RSI as a buy and sell indicator over the last year, you'd essentially have lost all your money. If you did it over the last 5 years, you'd essentially have lost all your money. And the amazing thing about it is that your P&L would basically be a diagonal line from the upper left to the lower right. So when I look at technical indicators, right, what underlying are you looking at?
This is Oracle and this is RSI down here under 3, the 25 area.
Yeah.
I just flipped it on real fast. I have it on the bottom of my chart where I can just double click. I don't look at it often, but I do every once in a while.
Yeah. Okay. So, and whatever one of the traders said, oh, look at the RSI, I think Oracle's oversold. That's just somebody who looks at RSI. Have they ever done like a deep and thorough analysis of whether or not that's actually a good trading indicator? What reasonable levels to indicate when you should enter or exit would be? Can you do an out of sample test? So looking at RSI and its efficacy as a technical buy or sell indicator in Oracle, it sucks. It actually, I've got right now, I have 22 technical indicators ranging from stochastics and Ichimoku to you name it on my screen right now. It is dead last. It is dead last. It's like the worst thing. If you could pick a technical indicator tailor-made to lose money in Oracle, RSI would be it. It's like
that would be my contention. Back here, RSI was above the oversold line back here on the chart, and the chart continued to go. I mean, if you sold because of RSI being on the overbought side of things, you missed all this.
Terrible. It's terrible. So do I look at technical indicators other than kind of my long-term moving averages? I do. The way I typically will do it is I look at the long-term trends. I also filter on this each day. So I will typically come in. I'm only looking at the Russell 1000 by and large. I'll look at other baskets from time to time, but generally I start with the Russell. I am looking at some momentum issues. I look at some fundamental factors. I look at estimate changes, and I look at revenue and EPS growth. So these are all things that I can filter for in real time and do pretty much each and every day. And actually, I was doing this for a long and short book, and I probably have some of these things up right now. Is this my... Because I then dump them into a spreadsheet and do some further analysis from that. See if I still have this one up. Is this the one? Incidentally, Netflix did show up as a potential on the long side today, for what it's worth, because it's still holding above its long-term trend line. But a lot of the other short-term fundamentals seem good. So I figured if we were going to catch a little bit of a bounce, and people have been buying dips, that might be a good place to start. We bought some today.
Yeah, I like Netflix. I've been trading little 2x leverage Netflix recently, actually. But yeah, it's been fun. We took out those previous monthly lows and kind of consolidated for a little bit. Now we're testing that gap.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I've also kind of looked at Netflix as an unregulated utility. People are probably getting pretty sick of, once upon a time you paid one cable bill, you got everything you wanted. Now you're probably paying 3 or 4. You're paying for your cable, and I need to have this, I need to have that. I've got Amazon Prime. Everybody's got Netflix. I kind of feel like Netflix is one of those things that it's going to be the last one to go, and so to me, it's become like a utility. Again,
and they've added sports and stuff now, and they're expanding their sports offerings.
Yeah,
huge.
The interesting thing is the big knock on Netflix forever, if you go back in time, was that they were going to be forever beholden to the actual creators of content. Now they are creators of content. They're also licensing must-see content, as you point out, in terms of sports. That's the thing, right? So if you think about the one thing that everybody sits down and says, okay, I'm not interested in watching this down the road, like, oh, some old movie showed up and, maybe we'll watch this because we have nothing better to do. Sports is an example. I actually really like YouTube TV for this as well. You can watch 4 games at once. It's great.
Unless it's on ESPN.
Yeah, well, we'll see how that whole thing shakes out. But I kind of feel like the legacy players, they've just they're losing their negotiating strength. That's for sure. Nvidia also popped up on my list. I think we picked some of that up. But the idea here is that, I want to see that the most recent trend. So here, what are things that are warning signs to me? Warning signs that are also kind of technical, by the way. It's not like some deep magic, but it is kind of a technical indicator all its own, but most people don't take a look at it. Is I try to look at the changes in estimates as well. Like a big warning sign to me is if sell side estimates, either on the revenue or the EPS side, start weakening. Because the sell side, especially by the time they get it published, they're really late to the game. So, they're kind of like a hybrid between a technical indicator, but it is something that almost everybody has access to, I assume. And I say I assume simply because I've been using the same systems to look at stuff for 20 years. So I don't know what TradingView can do. It probably can do all kinds of cool stuff, or any other application that's commonly applied. I used to have FactSet and CapIQ back in the hedge fund days because they paid for everything. So you had Bloomberg, CapIQ, FactSet, any service you said you wanted it, you would just call tech and they'd have it installed on your desk in no time. But nowadays, there isn't quite as much money sloshing around professional desks as there once was. So Bloomberg is quite expensive enough.
It is. Charting, I'd say TradingView probably would have everything. All these other ones would. Information is where I kind of see the edge. Still Bloomberg holding it. Speed.
How much AI do you use? Because like Evan started using like Perplexity and some of these other. How much AI do you use, Mike?
I subscribe to 4 different services, and Bloomberg has one too. So not including the Bloomberg's. It's funny because they say, "Oh, we've been using AI forever." Well, you've been using data analysis tools, and everything's sort of getting labeled as AI now. I like a lot of alternative data as well, like in consumer names. I like Placer AI. You guys use that? That's pretty slick.
I've never tried that one.
So what do? They track. So this is for consumer stuff only. Like if I'm looking at a name like Lulu or something,
okay,
I like to look at Placer data. So Placer tracks it. Well, it tracks mobile phones. So actual foot traffic. They map it against known retail locations. So they can actually give you a sense of whether there's more foot traffic going into Lululemon than usual.
That's really cool.
It is.
And you can do that for, any retail store essentially, right?
Yeah. I mean, we could try it.
I'm curious where the limitations are on that.
Well, give me a name. Let's take a look.
Let's do Walmart, your favorite company. Yeah. Can we do that?
Walmart.
Well, Walmart's a little different in the sense
That's different, right?
They've got so much. So so I'm looking at 3 different sources right now.
Do Nike, yeah.
So
like Nike or On Shoes or something like that, I think would be
I also find
The
interesting.
issue there is that so much of their sales come from digital now, right? So the thing is that I'm not sure how many, and this is just my own personal opinion about this, but I get the feeling my wife, likes Lulu. She likes Vuori more now. But she was a big Lulu consumer, and she would go to the store. She'd actually go to the store. Now we happen to live not too far from one, let's just talk about it first. We're looking at Walmart. Walmart's estimated foot traffic year on year up 0.6%. That's the year on year growth versus minus 0.7% for the industry overall. Then I'm also looking at some web traffic data from a different outlet. Year-on-year growth 12.5% versus 17.2% for the industry, so lagging there a little bit. And then Bloomberg's second measure, which is another a sort of alt data analysis tool, which is trying to estimate what their sales are, actually has Walmart's gross sales up 2.4% year on year versus 0.2%, so outperforming materially versus the industry. And we just happen to be talking about Lulu, and actually we own some shares of Lulu, so let me just take a look at that one. Yeah, so according to Placer AI, their estimated foot traffic is up 7.2% year on year versus down 7.2% for the industry. Now, for all of you guys listening, I'm just going to ask you for a second. Does anything happen to stick out to you about that number? Is there anything that sort of makes you think, could this have something to do with it? Anyone?
With Lulu?
Yeah.
Mm.
Why would their foot traffic be up so sharply and outperforming the industry so sharply? And that's a big gap, right? Up 7.2% year on year.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Partnership.
What's that?
My thought process is around partnership. Maybe it's an event they partnered with, but I don't know. It's colder. I'm cold right now. I'm thinking leggings or sweatpants.
Is it a rewards?
Oh, Amex.
Is that American Express?
To the Amex card?
That is the American Express Platinum card. So American Express, you guys probably all carry one of these things too. I don't ever think about it. You know, you pay some ludicrous amount to have the Platinum card in your wallet so that you can, I don't know, use a lounge when you go to the airport, right? Or if you're traveling overseas, Amex is great. I've went to Asia a few years ago. All hell broke loose. There was these protests going on in Thailand. We had to get out of the country. I needed an emergency flight. There weren't any. Amex was the ones that got us out of there. In any case, American Express decided to bump up the benefits that come along with being an American Express Platinum card membership, something I almost never thought about. And then a friend of mine brought it up and said, hey, did you know that if you go to a restaurant that uses the Resi reservation system, you get $100 off once a quarter? I was like, no.
Yeah. I know. I went through all those benefits when I was getting those cards. I went through all of them, made sure I, knew majority of them.
And you get a gift card from Lulu. And I have another friend of mine who has one of these things, and he lives in New York City, and he went to the Lulu store, and he was just turning it in for a gift card that he was going to hand over to his wife. And they didn't have any gift cards that were the right denomination because they had run out, according to him. Now, I haven't gone in to get one yet. And I'm sure I'll probably go to the Lulu store and try to take advantage of whatever discount that they give. And I am making a point that at least once a quarter, if I'm going to go out to dinner, I use the Resi system to book the reservation at a restaurant. Because I know, I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to go, I'll spend $300 on dinner for me and my wife, but it'll be $100 less.
Exactly.
And
you might as well take advantage of it.
Well, and the beauty of it is that, suddenly I was thinking, wait a minute, I'm going to get all the money back. All these years. I mean, I don't know how long I've had that thing in my wallet. It's, forever, basically, probably since they've had Platinum card. I don't know when the Platinum card was released, but they're pretty expensive. I think they're like closing on $1,000 a year if you have a couple of those. I've got one and my wife has one. But if I can get the money back, well, that's a win.
Exactly.
Right? I carry it for a completely different reason. But if I can get all the things I usually do, if I'm just going to get that coming back to me, of course I'll do that. So it turns out that Lulu has a benefit with the American Express Platinum card, and I suspect this foot traffic data, the estimated visits that I just gave you for year on year for the period, for the month ending October 31st, that's right after the announcements were made to the changes in the benefits that American Express was offering to their card members. So my guess is that it is not so much because all of a sudden everybody pivoted from Viore back to Lulu in October of 2025. I think it's much more likely that people who receive this as a benefit said, I got to go spend my credit.
Yeah, they have much more reason to go shop at Lulu now because, they have free money to use. Why not? Let's go get some pants.
Yeah, you're going to say,
one item is going to cost more than what the gift card usually is worth, and then you get two of them or whatever. You get a shirt and a matching pants or something.
Well, that's
Usually
right.
how it works.
It's going to create a boost. You are going to see it in their results, but I think it's probably a blip, and I think that's why it's a blip relative to the industry. So all of this data, Placer AI data, I think it's phenomenal. I love looking at it. But it's just like everything else. I have to try to... I always look at it and think, okay, well, that's interesting. Can I explain that in a way that is either not as good? In this case, it's good data. Can I explain it in a way that's not as good? Or if it was bad, can I explain it in a way that was not as bad? If I was looking at foot traffic going into Disneyland, for example, and then I happened to notice that period of time was correspondent with the fire in the Palisades, I might say, well, is this a longer term trend or kind of a one-off? So, a lot of this data is really helpful, and I love looking at it, but I always try to take it apart too, like we just did.
Agreed. Some good stuff. I've never thought about using that data at all in the past.
Well, I can tell you the data. The data you really want is you actually wish you could aggregate everybody's spending.
Oh, that would be a.
And you can buy some information. You can buy some information from the credit card companies. They do sell it.
Really, you can just go and buy that.
Well, not all of the data. We're not buying it, but I have friends at other shops who had been shown some data from, I can't remember whether it was MasterCard or Visa, but it was expensive. It was like $5 million a year. But it does, it kind of ticked me off, I have to say, because that's getting so expensive that, there's all of a sudden you really create a have and have not in the investment world, where there's some people with really asymmetric pools of information. Now, the thing is, because I haven't subscribed to it myself, I don't know what's in it. Maybe people are convinced it's good because they can't disclose everything. Wow, one of our traders alone had 150 trades today.
Wow, that's a ton.
We just filled the gap.
I don't even
on
take
SPX.
that in an entire year, Mike. I don't even take 150 trades in an entire year, probably.
Well, that was just one of our traders. Let's see how many trades we actually did today.
That's awesome.
Are your traders spread out all over the country, or they have like a office base somewhere?
Oh my God.
That number sounds big the way you're reacting.
Just take a guess.
How many traders are there?
40.
Okay. 2,000.
1,561.
1,561. Wow.
You were in the. I mean, you overestimated, but the order of magnitude was correct.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The number of trades versus the notional value traded can be way different too, depending on the size. Like, because sometimes you could take one or two big trades, or you can take 50 smaller trades. So it's always interesting.
Well, I'm looking at the size of some of these trades. So here's, let's see what we got in here. 125,000 meta. We've got lots of multi-thousand option order contracts. I saw another big equity print. Here's 400,000 NVIDIA is one of the trades.
And obviously at that scale, this is intraday.
300,000
scalping.
300,000
Do you guys hold
Salesforce.
positions overnight ever?
What's that?
Do you guys hold positions overnight often? Never? What does that look like?
Oh, these are all overnight.
Oh,
These are funds, right? So yeah.
Do you guys trade any of these 2x single stock ETFs ever, or is that?
No. We run ETFs. We don't trade other people's.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, gotcha. I hear what you're saying. Sorry.
Question from the crowd: is adding to a position considered a trade? Like adding or subtracting from a core?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, just because you have all of these, well, first of all, these are all not all new securities. That would not be possible. First of all, we can only, because if you're moving this kind of money around, you can't really trade in, off the run type of stuff. You need to be able to move, in some funds, you need to be able to move $25 million worth of stock pretty easily. So you can't trade things that are really thin. So, as a function of that, we trade mostly mega cap stuff, right? And because we trade a lot of options, the options expire, so you have to adjust those positions. It doesn't mean that the trade doesn't have to take place, though, right? So it doesn't mean that the core view may not have changed. I'm just talking about how busy one is managing these positions. On the other hand, there were some material changes because there was some significant kind of de-risk pivoting that was going on, where higher beta has sort of been switched to slightly lower beta stock. So wanting to buy the dip, but just not gonna rush in and start snapping up. We have a fund that trades Palantir option overrides, right? But do you want to, in a diversified fund, start adding Palantir on weakness when you're still trying to figure out what the market's up to? Probably not. But that's part of the reality. It's one of the interesting things. You guys all have, people who are self-directed or running their own money. You actually, in many ways, get to have the luxury of doing something like this, which is taking a step back, take a breath. What do we think's going on here? Whereas when you're managing assets on behalf of other people and you have a lot of portfolios, sometimes it's just a lot of logistical and mechanical shit that goes on.
Yeah.
So, they're like out straight, just like, oh my God, that has to be rolled. That has to be adjusted. That hedge, that puts now in the money. We got to roll that thing down. Like, they're not even, they are so in the weeds that they're not thinking like, how do I feel about coin here? The guy that's adjusting the options on that, he doesn't even have time to think about that. Actually, that's a good question. Like, how many contracts are trading coin today?
Coin is on the 200-day.
Right? So there's plenty. And it looks like, I'll sort this by quantity. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. Yeah, it looks like we traded about 50,000 options contracts in coin alone. I mean, you think the guy that was trading all those options contracts was really getting down and dirty and thinking, how do I feel about coin here? Or was he just reacting?
Yeah, reacting. How much of that is hedging? How much of it's hedging, like big positions that you guys may have? Like you see, if you have a long position somewhere in coin, and how much of that's like, okay, let's hedge some of this to the downside because price action's looking rough.
So some of the funds don't hedge at all. Those that do, it's usually not instituting hedges; it's adjusting them. So one of the funds basically has tail risk hedges on all the time. But if the underlying assets, fall sharply, you want to monetize those hedges and roll down. So you're either going to roll down or you're going to roll down and out. Because if all you ever did was just buy stocks and buy puts to hedge it, and you never monetized your put, you might as well not do it at all. Because in the long term, stocks rise. So the only way for those hedges to be efficacious is to ensure that you monetize them at some point. Now, the challenge that everybody has on your hedges is, okay, well, is now the time to hedge, right? And the litmus test that we use for that is because very often we're short some upside premium, long some downside premium, is that once that premium relationship inverts so that you're paying theta, that means that each day it's costing you money to wear your position. That's a trigger. And so you should adjust. So that's a lot of what these guys are doing. They're looking at it and they're saying, okay, well, I'm long the common. I'm actually collecting a little bit of premium on balance. But if stocks fall, that relationship turns upside down and suddenly you're paying.
Yeah, your delta starts getting off. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, yeah, your delta gets a lot shorter, right, as it falls. And think about that.
Sure.
Right? So is that what you want your positions to look like in stocks that you like, that you get shorter as the stock falls, or do you want to, at the very least, sort of maintain your delta so that if it rebounds, you have a opportunity to make more back than you lost coming down? That's another way to think of what rolling your hedges does, is that you basically, as you roll your hedges down, the convexity benefit of being long puts is that you get shorter and shorter as the price goes down. Now, if you reset, once you've had a sharp decline, you're resetting to a longer delta. So you've monetized some of the money you made. And now if you get a rebound, you're basically trading the vol, trading your gamma. You get a rebound, then you profit. If you do nothing, then the only thing you did was suffer decay for your long puts. And that doesn't have any utility. In fact, we actually got a little bit of criticism for this back on the 22nd of October. There were a lot of names that pulled back, but it was fairly short. You know, we had a steep, it was a Wednesday, I think the 22nd, steep downdraft, and then a pretty quick rebound. And, you know, there were some circumstances where puts probably should have been adjusted, and for whatever reason that didn't happen in those names. It could have been either because perhaps it took a little bit longer for the traders to get through some of the stuff that they were working on. But on wild days like this, you can see it adds up quick. You know, just do that math and just say, okay, we'll just round it up.
Yeah.
1,600 orders, 40 traders. That's 40 trades per trader. And it's not like these are one lots. You know,
No.
You know, if you're trying to trade,
imagine what the commissions on that would be.
Yeah,
so there's probably some kind of worked in deal there, but I'm just saying like that would blow my mind a little bit too.
You know, if I was the one who was directing these orders, I would absolutely expect to be taken out to some very, very nice dinners whenever I was in New York. So I remember a buddy of mine used to be a fund manager at Fidelity Investments, and when he lived in Boston, of course, and whenever he came to New York, and while I was still living there, he's like, we're going out to dinner here, we're going out to Del Frisco's, we're doing this and that. And he would always invite me and a bunch of other like college buddies along. And I could always just remember I'd show up there and it would basically be my buddy with 10 of his fraternity brothers, you know, all hanging out. And, you know, some guy from Goldman Sachs, you know, just like nursing his face, like, what the
Yeah. Just what are we doing?
Oh gosh.
And I'm thinking to myself, honestly, dude, I mean, he's paying you 2 cents a share. I mean, this is nothing. Where, I mean, obviously we watch slippage. That was the old days. I don't think anybody pays that kind of commissions anymore. We certainly don't. But in the old days, that's, you know, there were points when people were paying a nickel. Can you imagine something like the Magellan Fund paying a nickel a share? Just how much
golly
traded across the street? It's madness. Yeah, we're not.
It's mind-boggling.
It would be nice. I mean, I wish we were. First of all, if you trade very regularly, you obviously have to watch your trading expenses like a hawk. So that's a combination of the execution plus the comms that they trade you. We cross shop these things. We do RFQs. Try to make sure we get aggressive prices. You have to do that as a fiduciary. But there was a time when it was more of a mutual fund driven business that, you know, being on the sell side was a beautiful place to be. It was actually not bad even when I was sort of tangentially associated with it back in my Cantor days. I think we were making an average of like 2.2 cents a share on the equities that we got in on the initiating side, less on the solicited side, but we crossed up 40% of the business. So do a little bit of quick arithmetic and you can say, okay, well, they're getting about 100 million a day in orders to execute. I was a trader. I wasn't a sales trader, but so call it 100 million a day at 2.2 cents and then crossing up 40%, meaning that you're billing the other side at an average of, you know, call it 1.5 cents. And, you know, suddenly you're saying to yourself, well, that's pretty good. Right?
Oh yeah.
That
starts to rack up and get juicy really fast.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about a business at that point that is making $2.5 million a day.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's pretty good.
A day. That's pretty. That's decent. You know,
It's decent. Yeah, it's decent.
I liked one thing you said a while ago about like how different it is trading for somebody else. You know, having to go through a lot of red tape and explain. You know, you got to be able to explain, I guess, a lot of the moves and thoughts and positions there. That's one thing, like mentality wise, that you know, me trading for myself. That's one thing that I try to make myself do is, you know, if I'm sitting here in front of, you know, Mike, could I explain why I would take this trade instead of like just randomly taking trades because I feel like it? You know, can I actually defend the decision to make a trade here? And I almost try to use that mentality to help me personally as a trader is like, okay, if I had to explain this to someone else, would I be able to?
It's a great exercise. Actually, the guy that I used to work for at Ivory, after he retired, he was in his late 30s. So he retired in June of 2008. And he does write-ups for his trades now. He's never worked for anybody else since. Stevie Cohen offered him a job and he declined. He's just been trading his own money, very successfully, it should be said. But he does write-ups for everything. Now, there is a little bit of a self-serving thing in the write-up, which is that, you know, he traded his own money from, I have no idea what he started with. I can guess. I know what his bonus was, and I know that he lives in California, so he gave up half to taxes right off the bat. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, he started with $10. He's traded up to probably about 150 million by now. But the reason that he does these write-ups is not only so that he really has a basis for what he's doing. You know, he obviously comes up with a rationale, works it all out, writes it up, tries to beat it up. So our old investment committee meetings, the rule was that everybody had to show up every investment committee meeting with 3 of their best ideas, and every idea had to articulate the bull case, the bear case, and your case. So you basically had to make everybody's case.
Yeah, that's another exercise I do. I try to, like, when I look at something, I try to say, okay, here's the bull thesis, here's the bear thesis, and here's like the sideways go nowhere from a trading perspective. I try to what's up, down, and what's the chop.
Charlie Munger used to say that all the time. He'd say invert, always invert. But the other reason that my friend does this is because now he's got decent sized positions and he's well thought of in the industry. And even though he's only trading his own money and he has a family office and stuff like that, that every now and again, when he's, you know, been in a trade for a while and he feels like maybe the street isn't recognizing the merits of something that he sees, he actually starts sending the write-up out to people. He sends it to me. He's like, you should talk about this fast money, you know, and then he makes his whole case. And I'm just like, how much of it do you own?
Yeah. Tell me, let me see your book first.
By the way, you know, thanks for flattering me into, you know, actually believing that anyone's listening enough that I'm not going to move the price of a security. That's nonsense. But nevertheless, he does circulate it to, you know, he knows a lot of people on the buy side and people that he previously worked with. And so he'll do a write-up, he gets into a position, and then he'll start passing it around. That's not uncommon. I mean, that's, you know, when you go to these idea dinners, that's a large part of what it is that, you know, people go and you get to hear other people's insights. And one way to look at that is, oh, there's a lot of value in that. These are smart people. They've done a lot of work. I'm going to basically get a shortcut to basically consolidating and getting a synopsis of their thinking. But don't go in there thinking that this is all charity work.
Right.
People come in with their best ideas and they can be insightful, but they are also self-serving. You know, people they're going in with expectations that if they can get other people who do what they do for a living to come along in the same view, that, you know, their targets are likely to be fulfilled more quickly.
Yeah, of course. You hear about people talking their book all the time, and it's a natural thing to do, but it's also, I think you have to, you know, a little grain of salt with who you're listening to and what they own. I mean, you see these big fund managers all the time. I mean, Bill Ackman, you know, he'll go in and you'll see, okay, he'll type out 97 paragraph post on X, and it'll have some good information on it, but you have to know that he bought that company probably 15% lower than where it is.
Yeah, well, he found out that cuts both ways, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, try that. He did that with Herbalife.
Yeah, Herbalife, I remember that.
Yeah, we owned a little bit of Herbalife back at that time, but he decided to go full bore and say, this is my biggest position and I'm short 20% of the company, and people listened, including people like Carl Icahn. And Carl thought, oh really, that's interesting, short 20% of the company, huh? That's a lot of stock to be short, and maybe somebody can do something about it. And he did, and he held Bill's feet to the fire. I think he learned a very valuable lesson.
I'm still trying to figure out if he's going to connect Uber and Hertz somehow.
What's that?
I'm trying to figure out if Agman's going to try to get Uber and Hertz pushed together somehow, the rental car business and the ride-hailing stuff. It seems like it makes sense. Like whenever he first was like looking at those positions, I was putting two and two together, and then he made a big post about it. I don't know.
I think it would have. I mean, there is some rationale. I mean, one has to think that if you ultimately, I mean, let's fast forward even further than that, and let's go to level 5 autonomous driving. What does that do ultimately to the rental car business?
The car rentals, it kills them.
Exactly.
You're doing Uber basically. Your car rental would then basically be what Uber does. You could do multi-day.
And the interesting thing, this is interesting. Scaramucci's Virgin Hotel property in New Orleans is being wiped out. Why do I feel like a friend of mine was actually the one that pitched that deal? I don't know if you're seeing that.
I was checking the news wires over here. My little news squawker hadn't said a whole lot this afternoon, honestly. Trump spoke a little bit ago, but he didn't say much. Really hadn't been a whole lot on the news wires that I've seen.
Yeah, so Skybridge apparently just sent a letter that they had some investment in an opportunity zone in New Orleans with a Virgin Hotel property. This is not really related to trading, but for some reason, I think a friend of mine pitched this thing to me. Oh, I'm about to find out. I'm just curious. A total loss.
Wow.
Hedge fund investor Anthony Scaramucci sent a letter to clients in his so-called Opportunity Zone fund. You are likely facing a total loss.
It's not the letter you want. It's not the letter you want to get.
Good. That doesn't sound
That's a nice
good.
one to send to your investors.
So
we have an update. It's all gone.
Yeah. You're going to need to send us another check so we can find you a better opportunity. That'd be a tough conversation.
That is, no thanks.
I'm assuming that's not for the fund. It's just for that investment.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
I don't mean to make light of it. I'm not close friends with Anthony, but we know each other. We went to the same school. He was a little bit ahead of me. And so, I've crossed paths with him on numerous occasions. I used to see him periodically at his. Are any of you guys from New York?
No.
No, Evan is, but he had to jump to go run another conversation.
So he was one of the partners in a restaurant just outside of Times Square called Hunt and Fish. It was actually very close to 4 Times Square, which is where the CNBC studios are in Times Square. And so it was kind of a regular hangout. You'd always see CNBC people over there, Bloomberg people over there, a lot of hedgies. You'd see Anthony Scaramucci over there. It was kind of an interesting shoulder-rubbing exercise for people that were sometimes friendly with one
It's
another.
the hangout spot for everybody. That's cool.
But yeah, I think that I did speak to him. When did I talk to him last? Apparently that closed up. He mentioned it on a call I had with him, which was probably like a year and a half ago. Sorry. All right, guys. Well, I am going to have to jump off because I am not going to show up on You guys get the real me, but I'm not going to show up on CNBC looking like this. So I got to go.
No worries. We
put on
appreciate you coming on, Mike.
jacket,
Always,
like that.
Always a pleasure having you on.
But it's always really interesting to chat with all of you. And truth is, I mean, like I said, because you're able to do this, you guys are actually trading from the balls of your feet more than a lot of the pros are, because the pros are usually, reacting. I was watching a video recently, and it was, police responding to some kind of like a domestic incident. And there was a commentator talking about it. And one of the guys in this house, like, apparently had a shotgun behind him or something. And he starts to go for it, and the cop has to draw and shoot him right away. And and he made a comment. He said, one of the things that means the police are always at a disadvantage is that it's always the bad guy that determines the time and place that a shootout begins, because they're the one that initiates.
Yeah.
And when it comes to trading for professionals, it's a lot like that too, because there's so much stuff to be done. When bullets start to fly, you're not the one that decided how that was going to happen. You're just responding as fast as you can. The biggest advantage that self-directed traders and investors have in the marketplace is that that's not true for you. You're not dealing with angry investors calling you up. You're not dealing with some risk manager saying, hey, this position's too big. You are not dealing with a rash of orders coming across your desk. Everything that happens next is of your own choosing. And that is not an inconsequential advantage to have. And sometimes I will, I'll see some update about some super trader, some retail person who's had like 3, 4, 5 years of exceptional returns. And I hear other people say, that's probably bullshit or this and that. I got to tell you, I think that in many respects, you might not have all the information that some other people do. You might not have the benefit of speaking to some other fund manager about what they're doing, but you don't have liquidity concerns. You're not responding to all that nonsense. And the bullets fly at the time and place of your choosing.
Agreed.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a blessing and a curse. I feel like it has its benefits and it has its cons, But I've always said that, like, I've always talked to people in the audience saying, big dogs in the market that are trying to fill their positions, they can't just come around and click the button whenever they want like we can, right? And it's such a blessing for us to be able to do that, but it comes with, you got to have responsibility with your risk management and be actually disciplined and following a plan, right? Which a lot of people don't have there.
Well, like I said, the pros, everything's via RFQ and Indos. Meaning that we're going out with requests for quotes, asking people to make price, trying to find other people in the marketplace that might be buying or selling big blocks of stock. Sometimes it takes days, sometimes it takes weeks to get into and out of positions.
Yeah, especially with that size, because otherwise you're just going to get absolutely killed if you try to just sell it on the open market.
Yeah, you can't plow out of one of these things, and
you can't drop 1 million shares of something on the open market. You'd kill yourself.
Let's see if I can find a reasonably good example. Yeah, I mean, what are we? 4 million shares of New Scale Power, for example. When you have to move 4 million shares of something, you don't just put that order in and hit buy or sell.
No.
It's not the way that works. Anyway, guys, thanks for having me. I gotta jump.
Yeah, always a pleasure. We'll have you on again.
Appreciate it,
hanging
Mike.
out and just chatting. It's fun.
No, it's good for my own sanity too, because it helps me.
Got to be able to let loose and just hang out and talk markets a little bit.
Yeah,
it's fun.
It reminds me of when we were at the hotel up there in the after hours thing. You could kind of actually just be yourself. We could all kind of be ourselves. That's kind of how these streams go. We just get to be ourselves.
Yeah, except no beer or cocktail.
Maybe not for you. My fridge is a few feet away.
I'll tell you something.
Michael Cohen's Power Hour.
Yeah, that might be. I can tell you there was only one time ever I ever had a drink during the trading day. It was the late 1990s. I was working in downtown New York, and another trader buddy of mine, we decided we were going to go to lunch. We went to Odeon in Tribeca. So we went to Odeon for lunch, and we were like, oh, you remember people would always talk about, in the 50s and 60s, whatever, they'd have a 2-martini lunch. Let's do that. So, we each knocked back 2 martinis. I went back to the trading floor, and I was there probably all of 10 minutes. I was sitting there thinking, this was the worst idea I've ever had.
Bad idea, yeah.
There is no way this turns out well. And I went to the guy that I was reporting to at that point. I said, dude, I'm out. Like I'm a puddle. I'm useless. And the thing is, it's amazing. You can have a martini or two, and if that's right before dinner, you don't think anything of it. You don't feel a thing. But if you go back to your workplace and you are staring at screens of numbers with a couple in you, you're just like, wow. I am not myself. This is not going to work. So I walked out, and I actually heard that I think it was a JP Morgan trader, an oil trader. I'll leave you with this: that apparently he tied one on in London and then went back to his desk and proceeded to lose some massive amount of money.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, and you can imagine that if somebody was really liquored up and getting stupid, you can almost see how something like that would happen.
Well, I mean, I think about how fast I could spiral trading just emotionally without any other substances,
without any liquid courage.
I've lost some good money just doing that. So I can't imagine if I do had the full liquid courage going on.
Oh yeah, I threw 20 grand out the table before I figured out anything here. So
yeah, I think a buddy of mine once said, there ain't no problem in life so bad that drinking can't make it worse.
There you go. Yes.
Agreed. All right, guys, I'll leave you with that.
All right, Mike, take care. Appreciate you, sir.
See ya. Cheers.
Everybody make sure you're following Michael Coe on Twitter here on X. Make sure.
Yeah, I've just dropped it in the chat there again. Only time I drink is if I'm completely locked out for the day, and I may play around with 1 or 2 MNQs or something, Which, speaking of, I am sitting here at break even on 9 MNQs. Just to see if we can get a little pop here. I mean, I feel like I picked a pretty good bottom. We keep holding here. The gap finally did fill there during that comment. That guy's a legend, by the way. His stories, so he can tell some stories like that. He told us some better, some other stories, off the record type of stories. It was pretty crazy. Frank's got a lot of good stories too, but yeah, very, very. I mean, that guy's been around forever. If you guys joined late, he's on. So when we were at the NASDAQ is right on Times Square, right, where they have this big thing. The CNBC has a studio right there where they do their live shows. So they have a studio over at Wall Street where you see Kramer and stuff in the mornings, and they have another one that's this big kind of round office that looks over, or round studio with office windows that looks over Times Square. He was sitting there. I came down I went up the elevator looking for a restroom.
because I
was like, wait, I know him. We just finished out.
We just finished out. Find the bathroom.
I looked over.
That's Michael Coe.
Yeah, I was like, that's Michael Coe. I had to pee like a racehorse though. So like I was running and I saw like I think Sam and somebody else went and sat down, had their picture taken up there and chatted with them. And I walked up to the top of the stairs, just waved at him. And of course we saw him later that night, of course, but he's sitting right there. He's on CNBC Fast Money all the time. He'll be on there at 5. I just want to make sure everyone realizes he will be on CNBC at 5 Eastern. So here in about an hour and a half.
Yeah, we got a little time.
What were you going to say, Jordan? I didn't mean to cut you off. Just wanted to finish that thought.
You're fine. I was just going to say, I thought it was so funny when it's me and Emp, okay? And wait, who else were we with? Were we with anybody else? We were with somebody else. I think it was maybe Sam.
Which time?
At the Yield event. At the Yield Max event. It was the night before when we were okay. Me and Em were sitting there on computers doing invites. We went to the top of the hotel because there's a little bar area and couch area. So we were just sitting there doing invites for spaces for the next week. And I look over and I'm like, Emp, that's Mike Venuto from Yield Max sitting right there. We've been sitting here inviting. He's over there having drinks with everybody.
We were like inviting for the space the next week, and they were like,
literally
it was him
talking
and his wife.
to Yield Max people like on invites.
Yeah. And there was other people too. So it wasn't just like there was a lot of other influencers there. I'm about to get this trim. Let's get 50 points here.
Let's go.
All right, I'm about to stick a trim here for 50 points at 94. I got a limit set for 3. Let's go. Come on, pump this thing.
Bump it up. But yeah, that was just so funny to me. We walked over and Emp immediately got up and was like, I gotta go over there. And so I like finished up what I was doing and I met him over there and we just talked with them the whole night. So cool. It was nice to kind of meet everybody at the bar area too before like the event, be able to read the meal, the real.
And then after it was all done too. That was way better because we finally got to like just relax and talk to that was
good.
The Yield Max part was over, which look, I love Yield Max, great company, all this stuff, but once the business side is done and then you get to just talk to these great, like
network.
What's his name? Jay Rastrelli. That guy who's been trading and doing options forever. He does it for Yield Max now, and he's done.
Hour.
Him and Mike, we were just sitting there just chatting about just trading and stories, dude. I love listening to the old Wall Street. We went to dinner with Frank and some other people the night before too. Before we went up there to work, we were at dinner with Frankie and hearing some of his stories and stuff. It's amazing. I love hearing old trader war stories. It's one of my favorite things.
I know, just like because there's a lot of the stories and a lot of the things that happen, just like aren't really happening in this days and age. With the stock exchange the way it is, it's just like it's not the same as it used to be. So to hear about all the stories of when people were working on the floor and doing all that, it's so cool because it's just not like that anymore, unfortunately. They've been doing a lot more events and stuff at the stock exchange, which is cool. Is it moving to Texas?
I think they're starting a new one.
Aren't they?
Kind of like the NASDAQ is a separate one from the NYSE. I think
so. They're not removing the original.
No, I think they're doing a third. I think they're doing a third one.
Because I was about to be a little heartbroken if that was the case. Because I'm like, dude, how can you do that? Genuinely.
Oh, let's get a little short cover rally here. Basically traded around this position to create it. I have 9 MNQs from 44.75. So if I can get 94, that's 50 point gain. I'll take off 3. Probably around 108. Here, let's go.
To be honest, going into tomorrow, I don't know what the fuck this market wants to do at all.
Probably start covering now though, because this is looking like it wants to just stay in the downtrend. I just really like where my entry's at, in case this does bounce. Hard to have stories sitting at home in my boxers. I have to make sure I have CNBC on tonight. My boy. What's crazy is like these big fun people, they're so like some of them are like just really real people, like Mike. Not all of them are. Obviously some of them are like, you know, you hear these stories of these big Wall Street guys that are just, for lack of a better term, they're just douchebags, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, pompous, you know, a-holes.
No, Mike's a bro.
Mike is
Mike's such a
not
bro.
one of those at all. Well, that's what like what I had always heard was like that's how all these Wall Street people are, and then I start meeting some Wall Street people like these dudes are cool. Like
these, yeah,
everybody lied to me. Now those exist still, right? But there's like definitely. I mean, even like Peter Tuchman and his crew up there on the floor. All those guys are great. Come on, fill my order. Oh my gosh, it's wicking. There it is. 50-point gain. I'm going to put 2 more off at 108. We'll see if we can get back to that like 135 area. Actually, what is this level? What is that? 124? I'm not getting it. I'm helping Crash Kari. Crash Kari's not helping me. There it is, 108 filled. 2 more out. I've got 4 left. Let's take off 1 at 124 and 1 at 135. One at 159. So there's my next trims. 124, 135, and 159 next trim. That'll give me about 90 points total, but obviously I'm taking them off as I go here. And I'm gonna lock in $500 no matter what. My stop at 39. That may be all we get, and that's good enough for me on this position. I mean, $500, whatever. Can't be mad at that at the end of the day.
Wow, it's Friday, man. End of the week already. Not an insane week for me, but
Don't you know, pump it up.
do you recommend Mexico Life, especially as a trader?
Hold on, let me catch up to the chat here. Do you recommend Mexico Life? Oh, yes. Dude, I recommend Mexico Life in general, especially if you make US dollars.
Yeah,
you're
US
going to
dollars
live
in
a
any
great
other
life.
country, pretty much.
Yeah, you're going to live a great life no matter what. So,
Even paying U.S. taxes too, because everything's just absurdly cheaper. Except habits, I've noticed. I don't know actually.
I still pay U.S. taxes, so
yeah. But like the only thing I've noticed that's like actually more expensive, at least when I went to Puerto Rico, and I think in Mexico, but I'm not sure. Is like
Puerto Rico's
like,
more expensive, way more expensive than here, by the way.
Things like nicotine, you know what I mean, are like habits like that are more expensive.
124 filled. That's a 75 point gain, 70 whatever. 80 point gain, maybe 80 points. All right, 135. Come on, come fill that one. That'll be 90 points. I wicked off my order. That's crazy. NQ hit it, and MNQ did.
That is the move, though, man. Make U.S. money and live elsewhere. Whether it's Bali or Puerto Rico or wherever. Bali would be cool.
All right, let me manage
open in Bali.
I'm managing this trade here real fast, and then I'll hit some more of these questions. I'm not going anywhere. I just want to watch this last fill hit. Come on, come on. Come on, MNQ, fill me. It's dancing. What are you doing? Just danced at this limit order twice. Okay, there. I just got filled there. 90 points. I've got 2 left. 159 will be the next, and then whatever this last. I don't care what this last one does. Top moved up to 75. This is a $1,000 trade no matter what.
Market opens at 10:30 p.m. in Bali. It's kind of lit.
Is anybody in this trade with me? This is 400 points basically total that I've given out today.
Bang, bang.
Are we having a good day?
Good shit.
Are we having a good day, crew? I played this like a fiddle today, dude.
Oh, yeah.
That could be the rejection spot. That's the back test of the golden retrace. I worked into this position so beautifully. SPX then came down, made a new low, and NQ really didn't. X going to try to go close at 750, I think. But yeah, so the Mexico stuff here. I'm happy to answer anything that I'm not renting. The house is in my mother-in-law's name, actually. And everything else is in my wife's name down here. Oh, shout out to the Edgeful data. Let's go. Are there any other questions that I missed here? Sorry, guys, I'm trying to catch up on chat. Kevin. Oh, Kevin cracking me up here. Somebody asked about crime somewhere. I saw and it scrolled up on me. Like Yeah, or Sicarios crime. No, where I live is very neutral. It's actually safer than probably every U.S. major city that you go to. At least I know it is statistically safer. I feel safer. There's not just like random shootouts happening in gas station parking lots anywhere. I mean, there's any big city, you're gonna have pickpocketers and stuff like that, but like, you're out at 3 a.m. on a back alley, like you're kind of asking for it anywhere in the world. But in my normal course,
People
of
say
day-to-day
Mexico's
life, I mean,
dangerous, and then walk around in New York at midnight.
I drove across
Like, it's
Mexico
dangerous
to the
everywhere.
beach. Like I remember this. Like I went to Ixtapa, which is down Pacific coast. It's near Acapulco, if you've heard of that. It's in Guerrero. The state of Guerrero is like level 4 do not travel on the U.S. State Department. Like it's the same as the Middle East. That state is. I drove on a federal highway the whole way there. Never had any problems. Spent a week at the beach or whatever, like 4 days at the beach. Came back. Didn't ever feel in danger. Didn't ever have a problem. And people asked me if I wasn't scared. That same weekend, 50 people murdered in Chicago, and I'm the one that's supposed to be scared where I'm at. So yeah. And where I live, it's super safe. I guarantee my city is safer than, it's probably the safest city in Mexico, to be honest. But I guarantee it's safer than pretty much every major US city. I would almost put money on that.
Agreed.
Like, yeah, by far. There's a lot of other questions coming in here. Yeah, okay, so Kevin's got a good point here. Stay away from bad stuff, and you're pretty much good anywhere, right? Like if you're hanging out, doing the wrong things, doing questionable things, like yeah, you're setting yourself up, right? So whatever. That's my thoughts on all that. I've never had any issues. Are the police corrupt? They are in some cases. I've had like one interaction with the police in 3 years. It was at like a little checkpoint, and all they did was ask me where I was going, and I was
Shit,
like, "Oh,
you could probably
told
pay
them
them
where I was
off.
going," and yeah, and I just said they were super nice to me. I just said, "Oh, just going to my sister-in-law's house." All right, just wave me through. Go ahead. I'm not looking for me. I'm not doing anything wrong. Yeah, so I've never had any problems. But it's like you gotta remember the media is gonna report what catches attention, not what the true like story is, right?
Yeah. The U.S. is just as bad, just
yeah, Tommy.
not as easily shown. We're just as corrupt, though. I mean,
so yeah, am I a dual citizen? No, I am a permanent resident. I can go get my dual citizenship at any point. I probably will at some point or another. There's not like a huge benefit to it other than being able to vote and having a passport. But I have permanent residency that there's no expiration on it. So like I'm a permanent resident forever. Can always come in and out no matter what. My kids, well, my baby daughter is not yet, but she will be soon. But my 2 sons are both dual citizens, so they go into the U.S. with me with a U.S. passport, and they come in down here with a Mexican passport. I come in down here with a permanent residency. They just say, "Welcome home." Yeah, FM3, you come and go as you please. There you go. Oh, Jackson, you were just in Mexico City, so I'm about 2.5 hours away from there, maybe 3. Really, it's hard to judge because like You drive. I drive about 2 hours, and it looks like I'm in Mexico City, and I drive like another hour to get to like downtown Mexico City because it's just so massive. But even Mexico City is like its own place because it's so massive. There's you talk about a mix of like cultures and everything. It's Mexico City's amazing. I wouldn't live there probably unless I lived like in one of like a high rise apartment type of place, just because it's so crowded and the traffic is crazy. But everybody's moving here from there. Where I live, almost everyone that lives here has moved here from somewhere else. Yeah, if you guys have been watching Narcos Mexico and all that, you have a bad perception of what Mexico is.
Yeah.
Cuernavaca is nice. Yeah, it's that's where a lot of like money back in the day like fled out of Mexico City down there. Though they're still close to Mexico City, but that's a nice place. Oaxaca is super cool. The beaches in Oaxaca, but Oaxaca has so many like indigenous, dude, it's so cool. If they stop me out here at 75. Oh, MOC. There's MOC. They're going to stop me out probably while I'm looking at it. Oh, they're selling MSTR. They're buying Apple. Selling Open Door. Oh, never mind. That's MTSR, not MSTR. There's not much on the MOC. They did buy some semi-Soxel. Right. Yeah, so not much on the MOC. I didn't see the total number. I think it was buy side about $1 billion. Yeah. Just over $1 billion S&P buy side in Q 723 million.
You can check MOC on Financial Juice, John. FinancialJuice.com. They put it out for free.
All right. Oaxaca. Where did I check? So there's a place a stream that I can go watch real fast that I just tune into to see like what if there's any big names on there to put some context with the big numbers. But then Financial Juice is usually the easiest place to just get the overall number pretty quickly. I think Toss has it. If you use Toss. Come on, give me one more push to 159. The 50-day moving average is pretty close below us here, by the way. Look at that. Gap fill on SPX was low of day. Unless something crazy happens here in the next 5 minutes. Healthcare. Oh yeah, I missed that question. So there's free healthcare, like for public things, anything drastic, emergency, or whatever. If you have like a common cold or something like that, you're sick, you can go to a doctor for like super cheap. There's like doctors, there's literally doctors outside the pharmacy offices, but there's like free public healthcare for everything if you need it, and then there's private. So if you want to pay for a really good clinic or whatever, a private clinic, a little bit better experience, you can do that too, and it's still very cheap. So we don't pay for any health insurance because we get if we need public care, we have public care. And then we take my kids, we take them to a pediatrician. It costs like $40 a visit. Like no insurance or anything involved, no copay. It's just $40. My wife, we had her gallbladder taken out at one point, and that cost us about $1,500 total for surgery and 2 night stay. I just got sopped out. I'm fully out. Made $1,000. What a great day. All right. But yeah, and then yeah, like wisdom teeth, like you can get your wisdom teeth taken out for like I think it's like $50-$75 or something like that.
It's nothing.
Yeah, that's the other thing people don't realize. The level of healthcare here is like, dude, the places I've gone to have like better equipment, better technology than the places we used to go back home. And the doctors like do it because they love to do it. So like you don't go to medical school and get like $300,000 in debt and then like overcharge people your entire career to make back that money, right? Like, doctors make good money here comparatively, like relatively, but like labor costs here are so much low. Like the cost of living's lower and like your average wage is way lower. Yeah, I mean, just think about like, I don't know, I mean, any surgery, like full on surgery, costs you like a couple $1,000s. It also depends like where you live. Like if you're in Arkansas versus Houston versus Denver versus New York versus LA, those are all like completely different places to like. Where I live here is one of the highest in Mexico as far as like average salary and all that stuff. But even then, it's like so much different compared to everywhere else. Dude, you can live a great life. Look, I just made 1,000 on this trade just now. 9 MNQs. Didn't have to oversize. Didn't have to feel crazy about it. That's on top of what we made earlier today. Yeah, living a good life. And I'm not like making like crazy money trading. Like I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I'm making, 50,000 a week or anything. That's not me. I'm just a regular guy. At the end of the day, regular guy that learned how to trade, make some money, and I live in Mexico now. I live a good life. I'm happy with that. I'd love to make $50,000 a week, but it's not like crazy aspiration of mine. I just want to live a good life and do what I really enjoy, which is trade. And the other crazy thing is, like the debt system is just so different down here. People don't have 50-year mortgages for sure, but people pay cash for almost everything. They're not just like living in slaves to debt, living a life that they don't really have. That's what the US really is. Almost everything, people have 2 brand new cars in their driveway and a 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom house, but they're in debt up to their ears. The other thing is Mexico is not a poor country either. There is a lot of money in Mexico. It's just fewer people control a lot of it. And they keep it. They don't They don't waste it in debt. It's just a different culture. All right, minute and a half until the close. How did everybody do today? Viva Mexico. How did we trade today, guys? Let's get a check. I traded 3 accounts. Oh. 1 account last night, 1 account this morning, 1 account this afternoon. Wait. Evan put 6 and some other number here in the chat. Jordan.
Put it. Oh wow! Look at this guy.
That guy.
Sneaking
You
it
know
in.
what? He probably did have a 6-7 because he's in BM&R, and BM&R's down like 10% again today.
Yeah.
So his P&L probably is 6-7.
It's true.
Like 6-7% down. I don't even know how my portfolio did today. I didn't really even look. But I mean, I know it wasn't good. But we're about to find out in your earnings here in a few moments after the close. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, we got Jackson held off. No trades today. I see green from Nate. I see Dylan, Forbes, Lim, Frazi, Ivan, Jahan, Tommy, Profast. A lot of ones there. Ian, big red day for you. No worries, brother. Bounce back is coming. Minor setback for a major comeback. Kells with a 1 here. El Jefe, Verde, Bebe Verde, green. Made money this morning and then was a bystander. That, David, I love that. Trend down and go sideways. I mean, I found one opportunity here in the back half of the day, but it really was trend down and go sideways, close near the lows. Evan, I hope this isn't true. I hope you're not down 2/3 in your port. Big green in A. Let's go. Darren up $252 today on 5 trades. MU, we got a couple 2s here. No worries. No worries. If you took a shot at the longs at some point, it's all right to have a red day here and there. I had a red day the other day. Day was it when my parents were here? Had a little bit of a red day. Portfolio's red, but QQQ puts took a win. There you go, Matthew. Mitigating damage there. Justin with a 1. All right. AMAT just shorted. AMAT up a little bit here in the after hours on their report. Wow, NQ is going to make it. Oh, dude, I could have stayed in. I would have got stopped out either way, but nice little push back there. We officially closed down 1.66 today, 2.04% on QQQ. Getting a little recovery bounce here. I think we see 270 tonight on NQ, by the way. I'll probably take a long around the open. Any of you blew any accounts today? Code Wolf. Dang it, they're going to get my full... They're really going to go to my full target here after we close. Somebody just dropped a 13F, by the way. Appaloosa. I'm hearing Baidu and Baba, Amazon. Selling Intel. New holdings in AMD. AMD and American Airlines they bought. Sorry, I'm just watching these earnings, guys. I don't even remember who else is reporting today because I was Just looking at my largest position. Gabrielle, 723 on the day trading gold micros. Crushing the gold trade. Let's go, Gabrielle. Small green for Panda in A. Nice. Guys, you don't have to share your profit if you're not comfortable doing it. If you are, hey, we'll give you a big pat on the back either way. I usually don't share my wins and losses, but I did in this trade. I was literally telling you guys I'm taking 3 right here. I'm taking 3 more right here, just to show you how you can size in and out of a trade on MNQ. A lot of people get into futures, want to trade NQ, want to trade the big dogs. You can make really good money, and I did this last Friday on stream as well, with just a few MNQs, especially when VIX is over 20. I know Jordan will preach that as well.
It's previous low high. Use an indicator for that?
What's that? Say it again?
Do you use an indicator for previous day low high?
Yeah.
I don't.
So Edgeful. If you guys have Edgeful, you go to indicators, go to invite only, and if you have Edgeful, you get all of these included with Edgeful. I mean, look how many there are here. All of these. And then I'll show you, I have multiple ones here. So this one, Ultimate Reversal Setup, is a new one. Previous session close, previous session high and low. There's also previous day's range. So previous day's range will show you a little bit of a different, obviously this one just updated because of the next day, right? Previous session high right here, previous session low right here. So just updated because the day just closed. But yeah, that's what I use. This is my new favorite one though, Ultimate Reversal Setup. And it'll mark your previous session high, previous session low. So it's based off like New York session. So it was really good for futures traders.
It's pouring rain in California right now.
There you go. You need it. But yeah, I like that one a lot. Maria Green left a little on the table. There goes Nubank. Go.
A little pre-run.
See if the numbers are up. Come on. Pump up my bags. Uh-oh. Going the other way. It's all over the place. Robinhood just came out with October data. Is Robinhood moving on that data? Looks like nobody's got it open yet. Where are these new bank numbers? The stock's moving. It's Latin America, so maybe they're translating it. New earnings, 16 cents beat 15 cents. 4.173 billion beat 4.04 billion. Double beat, EPS up 45% year over year, revenue up. See if those have showed up on the hub over here yet. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Keep that there. Go back 1 week. Wow, amazing growth on new. All right, Robinhood total platform assets at the end of October were 343 billion, up 3% from the end of September, 115% year over year. Net deposits 5.6 billion in October. That's 20% annualized growth rate. Net deposits 68.7 billion. Equity notional trading volumes 320 billion, up 34% from September, up 153% year over year. Wow, these numbers are crazy.
Numbers are out. Mm-hmm. Dude, it's fucking raining outside, guys. This is the first day of rain California's seen since before, literally, right before summer. That was right in the spring, I think was the last time I had a little drizzle. Let's go, baby. Feels good.
Oh, no. So I'm trying to find I'm trying to dig into these hood numbers real fast. You had an earthquake in the bay? Here's hood funded customers. These numbers are actually insane. Total securities lending revenue is up. I wanted prediction market numbers though. Dude, everything from September to October went up on Hood though. Is Hood getting a reaction on this? Not really. These numbers are pretty solid though. I think everybody's just scared to buy right now. Jordan, are these places near you? Temecula?
Oh, Temecula?
Temecula.
Yeah.
Temecula.
Temecula is about
Spanish.
I'm north, so I'm in Ojai, Pablo. So Temecula, you're a little south of me. But you're about, I don't know, 4 hours away or so. I could look it up. Temecula is not far. I used to go out there all the time because we would go to that big trampoline park and film videos. That was out there. My buddy used to live out there. Yeah, it's like 4.5 hours, 4 hours. Temecula is a beautiful place. I love it. If it's still bright and sunny down there, that means the rain's coming from the north, which means it might hit you guys a little later.
Oh, let's go, Carl. Been playing a little
Let's go.
NCAA on Robinhood. Dude, I love those. All right. I think most of the earnings have been out at this point.
Did yours come out? For you?
Yeah.
Or no. Oh, it did?
Yeah.
It was ripping.
New bank, the number, 16 versus 15, that beat by 7%. The revenue, 4.173 billion. The expectations were high. Like, they bumped these expectations up. We still beat them on both sides. EPS up 45% year over year. Revenues up 42% year over year. Even quarter over quarter, 14% growth quarter over quarter, 23% EPS growth quarter over quarter. And it was right on the 50-day today. I bought a little bit more today, back up to $16 a share right now. The squawker guy, I hadn't even called him out. He's like, All right, chat. Oh, well, I've been live for almost 7 hours straight.
Time to hop.
Time for me to hop, and let's see what else is going on. Let's see, what else do I have going on right now? We have Stocks on Spaces. I've got to go. I have a meeting, and then me and you've got to roundtable some stuff here in a little bit too. Appreciate you, JT. Guys, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Give it a like. It helps boost us up in the algo over on YouTube. It's the only thing I'll ever ask from you guys. I love this community. There we go. Look at InQ just ran. Look. InQ just ran to back where I wanted it to, 159. And ES is back over. Stay right here, please, so I can dip by tonight. Tomorrow could be interesting. Because I have no idea what this wants to do tomorrow. I think you get a little retrace, but InQ hit the 50-day. Wow. I don't even pay attention to that. I was watching NDX and SPX. The SPX filled the gap. So now what? Do we go back up? Do we go up and get rejected? Did we get follow through down to the 50-day? I don't know. But we'll be here live all day long tomorrow. Make sure if you go to the Wolf Trading YouTube page. Here, let's just go there. Go to my channel. Upcoming live stream tomorrow. You can click. No, I'm not going to click notify me on the Wolf Trading account. I actually already clicked this on my own YouTube account. But shout out to all 115 of you still watching, hanging out with us here at the end. Hope you guys made some money with us today, or stayed out of trouble, or had a few laughs. Maybe got some good information out of our man Michael Coe, Mr. Big Mike. I love that guy.
He's such a bro.
He's a G. He gets down.
Oh yeah. All right, y'all. I'm hopping. A great day. Everybody like and subscribe. We'll be back on tomorrow. We'll see everybody then. Have a great night, y'all.